Good morning, colleagues, honourable members, colleagues from AGSA. I do apologise, we're starting a few minutes late. Once again, as covers coming into Maritzburg, the N3 turned into a parking lot, and luckily it cleared fairly quickly. But anyway, here we are. Okay, so today we're dealing with the Department of Social Development. I welcome the members in the House. I don't know how many members are online, but we don't need a quorum for the briefing. So without any further ado, I've welcomed everybody. AGSA, if you'd like to just take us through your report. Is CLARC online?
Good morning, yes, Honourable Chair.
Members, we have 6 members online.
Do we have CLARC online? Is anybody from CLARC online?
I am, Chair. Not sure if, can you hear me?
All right, anyway, okay, let's start with the AGSA presentation.
Yes, we do online.
Okay, we do have somebody from CLARC. Okay, so we'll start with AGSA, then we'll take a quick presentation from CLARC. Once again, to whoever's representing CLARC, please do not repeat what AGSA has said. If you can just pick out anything that AGSA may have missed in their report, or not missed, but maybe if there's extra areas of emphasis from the CLARC point of view, you can add that. But let's not have a repetition of the AGSA report. Okay, AGSA, please, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, as well as to members of CLARC. My name is Mary Shivatha. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader in the KZN office, also responsible for the Department of Social Development. With me, I have the manager, Brian Marshall, who will take us through the presentation, and supporting us is our stakeholder liaison manager, Nombu, who's here as well in terms of support. Thank you for this opportunity to present, and we're also happy to take questions of clarity and comments from the members in terms of the audit outcomes for the 24-25 year. I'll hand over to my, through you, Chair, to my colleague Brian to take us through the presentation.
Sorry, can't hear you. There we go. Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, members. Beautiful day we have here today. Thank you for the opportunity. I imagine we've all got the presentation in front of us. The cover is fairly self-explanatory. I'm going to start on page 2 then. The mission of the Auditor General of South Africa is that we have a constitutional mandate, and as the supreme audit institution of South Africa, we exist to strengthen our country's democracy. We do that by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector, and we do that through auditing, thereby building public confidence. Our vision is to be recognized by all of our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Chair, slide 3, we have the accountability ecosystem. I'm going to ask for your indulgence to maybe move past that, if that's okay with you. Slide 4, then we move on to the 2023-24 recommendations. We've got a number of recommendations there. I'm just looking around to see, is anyone wanting me to go through these recommendations in detail, or can I move on? Sorry, Chair. I'm on slide 4. It's last year's recommendations. I'm just wondering if you want any detail on that. Do you want me to go through them in detail, or can we move on to things? I do
think it's important to just be able to provide a comparison. So if you can give us a sense of what was recommended and what was done, then I think it would be useful. Thank you.
That's great, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Can do that. So on slide 4, then I'm looking at the right-hand section, where we talk about overall reflections on the implementation of recommendations. Firstly, cash management controls, where we commented there that the CFO has made significant progress in enhancing controls. I think maybe let me just talk to that. I think the reality that we saw this year is significant improvement. We know that the department has got challenges. We know that some of them are external. But for example, I had a meeting with CFO and his senior finance staff where he's actually got a coherent payment plan, able to talk to that, how he's prioritized payments. There's clearly work that's being done in terms of checking budget availability, not placing orders before checking whether there's actually budget. So there's significant improvements there that talk to the finding that we have in our audit report. The prevention of unauthorized expenditure, the second bullet there, efforts to prevent unauthorized expenditure have strengthened, particularly through regular budget monitoring by the Budget Directorate. Consistent enforcement of consequence management is essential to reinforce accountability across all levels. I think we're all aware that part of the unauthorized expenditure was due to the unfunded wage increases that came after budget cuts. We're all aware of that. There's lots of documentation and correspondence with Provincial Treasury in that regard, and we also noticed that there was no unauthorized expenditure this year. So the reflection is there was quite a bit of unauthorized last year and nothing this year. The third bullet then, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And although the department implemented efforts to investigate the historical fruitless and wasteful expenditure to support consequence management processes, the process was not fully concluded by year-end due to ongoing backlogs. Just a comment there, we talk about historical fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and that is because when we look at consequence management, we look at all the years that haven't yet been investigated. And for this department, there were a number of years that work had not been done on. Again, similar to the top one, there's significant improvement where if there were 6 or 7 years outstanding, 4 or 5 of those had been completed. However, there was a small balance that was outstanding, which led to the material finding. So that is a material finding in the audit report for 24-25. I think overall, Chair, we're seeing some significant improvement. There's some findings that have been addressed. There's some controls that have been put in place. And there's 1 or 2 matters that we know that the department's working on. And in my understanding, they've actually submitted work in terms of that in their presentation. Moving on to the next heading then, which is overall audit outcomes. So slide 6 then, if we have a look at what's going on there, we see yellow arrows all the way down the middle. So we can see that there's nothing that's specifically improved. Audit opinion to start with the first row, which is unqualified with findings on compliance with laws and regulations. The second row then starts talking to specifics, where with financial statements, we say unqualified with no material findings. We can see the 3 blocks being green means that that's a consistent unqualified opinion for the previous 3 years. Onto performance, similar. We ordered 2 programs there. It's in front of us to see what those are. There's no movement in terms of the yellow arrow, but the 3 green blocks again talk to the fact that there's no material findings. Onto compliance. Compliance is a slightly different situation where we can see for a number of rows, for example, financial statements, asset management, utilization of conditional grants, strategic planning and transfer of funds is green. So those are all good. We're not expecting any improvement there because they already have no material findings. But we can see the red blocks, the 2 red rows are still problematic. And that talks to the previous slide that I was going through in terms of expenditure management and consequence management. So there are material findings for those 2 rows in the audit report. I'm going to move on then to slide 7. So we've just seen from the previous slide that there are material findings for compliance. And this then looks at a little bit more detail in terms of that. We can see the 3 columns with crosses being the financial years that we're looking at. And then we can see in the left-hand column where the findings are. The green is obviously good, so we're not too concerned about that. The red, though, we can see, as I've just pointed out, there's material findings on consequence management and expenditure management. So I think I'm going to move off that fairly quickly and go on to the next slide, which is slide 8. And we're looking at the risk in terms of weaknesses in procurement and contract management. There's a reflection on the right-hand side. There's 2 instances amounting to 2.6 million rand in terms of uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. And then in total, we were looking at an amount of 9.8 million rand in terms of irregular expenditure. On to slide 9, reflection on UIFWE. A continued lack of accountability and consequences. I think let me look around here a bit. Let's start in the middle where annual unauthorized expenditure incurred for 24-25, as I mentioned at the start, is 0, and 22-23 as well. So the only year that was a concern was 23-24. That has now been investigated, so that matter has now been closed. In terms of irregular expenditure, let's look at the years that we're dealing with here, starting from the bottom. So I'm in the top left block. But 22-23, we're looking at 71 million rand. In 23-24, with the new CFO, that came down to 22 million rand. And then in 24-25, the year that we're addressing now, 9.8 million rand. So we can see there's been a significant, a massive improvement there. And that's evidenced in terms of our work by the controls that the CFO has put in place. And we can see there in the bottom of that block the nature of the current year irregular expenditure and the closing balance of 496 million rand. That 496 million rand, the vast majority has been submitted to Provincial Treasury for condoning. So there's also improvement and work that's been done there. On the right-hand block then is annual fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred, and we can see the amounts there. The amounts are really negligible. 261,000 2 years ago, last year 488,000, and this year 504,000. We can see the causes, and the closing balance then is 4.9 million rand. In the middle row, we can see what they're doing with it. I see there's no irregular expenditure that's been addressed, but there was a condonement. Maybe that was in the new year of 271 million rand. Unauthorized, we're still waiting to be dealt with. But the 23 million rand from the previous year has been investigated, so there's nothing outstanding. And then fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 4.9 million rand not dealt with, and that's where the material finding came from. I'm going to move on then to slide 10, as soon as I can find slide 10, which is the next heading, which is value-add infrastructure. Chair, as part of our work on the department, last year we looked at the financial statements, and we saw that the biggest amount that's being spent is to NPOs. So NPOs that perform the mandates of the department on their behalf, there's a massive amount of money that's spent. So we thought, why don't we actually go and see what the situation is with these NPOs? We started with 10 NPOs last year. We increased that to 30 NPOs this year. And these are just some of the findings that came through. So I think in the very top row there, the fact that I've just mentioned that there were 30 NPOs, you can put into context that there were 5 NPOs that we had challenges with. We've named them there. Ntokozweni, Ikwezi Crippled, Shalom Hlabisa, Bonomusa, and there's Nawezi Fuze. There's some pictures. Sorry, some of those aren't too clear. The top left picture, you can see a bed and some mold in the background. So just where a person's putting their head is a bit problematic. The second picture, the top row on the right, is a ceiling. There's problems with the ceiling. The picture on the bottom left, I imagine that's supposed to show that I'm seeing that the pictures have probably been cut off a bit. There's a bar, so this is an old age and a disabled facility, and there's a bar that's missing. And then the right-hand bottom picture is mold on the ceiling again. And so going down those on the left, we can see that there's hygiene and sanitation concerns, there's infrastructure issues such as damaged ceilings, broken toilet rails, non-functional electrical wiring, deteriorating paintwork. One of them that I went to, there were 1 or 2 toilet seats that were missing. And again, like I mentioned, there's 1 or 2 bars that you would like old people to be able to hold on to when they're showering that were broken. One of them was actually lying on the floor. Water shortages and poor maintenance. And we're talking here, Chair, about vulnerable people. We're talking about people who don't really have access, like we all in this room do have access to do something about a challenge that we have. Maybe it's old people, maybe it's disabled people, maybe it's children. So that's why we're bringing this out, is because of the concerns that we have that these people aren't really able to take care of themselves. Chair, there's root causes at the bottom on the left. I'm aware that we can all read, so I'm not going to go through those. I'm going to go over the page then to slide 12. We can see some more pictures. I think there's 1 or 2 of missing toilet seats. The middle picture on the right, there's a rail that's actually on the ground. The top picture in the middle, you can see there's a ceiling missing. The picture where we're showing all the people's feet, that's because there's paint chips on the ground. And in that particular NPO, they were actually preparing food, and yet there's work being done on the ceiling and there's paint chips falling everywhere. So you can put 2 and 2 together and realize someone opens a pot to stir the pot and there's paint chips falling in there. Specifically on the left, we've got the impact of the findings that we had in the previous slide, and then we've got recommendations that we had made to the department in terms of how to take this thing forward and how to address the weaknesses that we saw there. Chair, I'm going to move on to the next heading then, which is reflection on financial sustainability of the auditee. Slide 14, we talk about going concern assessment, where we have delayed payments, 30 days, that's the biggest issue, but I'm sure that's not new to any of the members. I'm sure that's a common situation with many of the departments. The underlying causes, which may be of interest, just in terms of payments of prior year commitments in the current year. We all know that departments only have an allocation for one particular year. So when we're paying last year's bills in this year's allocation, it means that we have less ability to do this year's work because we don't have 100% of this year's money to do this year's work. Budget cuts from Provincial Treasury. And then, like I mentioned earlier, there was implementation of an unfunded salary increase. Unaware, department wasn't told. And so that affects their going concern situation. Into the middle column, we have adverse financial indicators, the first of which is highlighted being creditors' payment period of 55 days. And then the second one being that the department has an accrual-adjusted current liability position. I don't think any of us want to owe more than what we actually have. That's the situation there. And then the third bullet talks to a bank balance that is in overdraft. However, the balance has increased by 11.6 million rand. And there's impacts and there's interventions that we've mentioned there. At the bottom, just some specific numbers. We talked to the fact that there's 176 million rand in payables and accruals not recognized at year end, and the fact that that will significantly reduce the available budget for the upcoming financial year, increasing the risk then of further unauthorized expenditure, which is always a risk when we're looking at that amount of money. And there's an amount of 2.4 million rand in claims against the department that further threatens the financial stability of the auditee. The next heading then is Information Systems Audit. Chair, if you're comfortable with this isn't a massive issue, and they're probably also making progress on that. I'm going to move past that, if that's okay with you. The next heading is My Focus Areas. We're now on slide 18. We had a look at HR management, specifically in the realm of professionalization of the public sector. We found a number of things. We can just run through them quickly. That the department did not conduct the required skills audit and reorientation program. That pre-entry assessments for candidates were not completed as prescribed. Vetting processes were inadequate, with only criminal checks being conducted. There's a number of things that were required. There's 5 or 6 items that are required. There's only one that was done. The recruitment, selection, and appointment policy is outdated, last approved in 2015, and certain individuals were appointed without clearly defined terms pending a court ruling. That was in terms of people who'd been suspended. A court case was undertaken by the employees themselves. They won it. They were reappointed into the department, but there were no clearly defined terms in terms of how these people were taken back into the department. They weren't put back in their posts. That was on contract, but they're sort of hanging in limbo is the way that we saw it. There's root causes, there's recommendations. I'm going to move on then. In terms of material irregularity being the next heading, that's onto slide 20. There's a lot of information there that doesn't directly affect us for now. So if the members are okay, I'm going to move on from there. Our overall messages is the next heading, and that's slide 22, where we see prior year commitments by the Executive Authority. It was just after elections. So that was probably one of the first meetings that the MEC had, and she committed to the following actions, and that was to support the accounting officer in implementing an action plan that drives clean administration and to improve service delivery with respect to social relief in the province. And there's a status update for the current year, and that is that steady progress was evident, with the full impact of these efforts anticipated to be realized in the next financial year. That's 25-26. Rapidly bringing this to a close then, slide 23 is some recommendations made to the accounting officer and senior management. There's 2 bullets there, the first being that the accounting officer and CFO should ensure that comprehensive registers are kept on an annual basis of all fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred, because that's where some of the challenges were that we had, both in terms of us being able to do our work as well as the department keeping track of where they were, because they weren't really sure of where their situation was with the investigations into fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's where that recommendation comes from. Timely is obviously also a big thing, where some of those cases hadn't been investigated for many years. To be fair, new CFO, he has implemented new controls. We've seen massive improvement. We're reporting on findings, but maybe we should put those findings in context. And then the second bullet, that the CFO should continue to enhance existing controls over cash management to ensure that the process of approving requisitions for goods and services, checking available budgets, and then the subsequent placing of orders is strictly managed within the context of the funds that will be available for the timely payment of suppliers. It talks to the 55 days creditors payment period, and the fact that we have a material finding on 30-day payments in the audit report. Thank you, Chair. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, AGSA. I think we can agree that this department is taking you seriously and us seriously and is certainly trying. Would you agree with that? They certainly appear to be trying to fix the situation. Just if I may quickly come in first, I've got the concern that I had in preparing for this particular hearing is the issues around consequence management. And we were given the schedule of the registers for UIFW and for, let's make sure we actually got the right one here, UIFW and fruitless and well, the UIFW registers. And it appears to me that there's quite a lot of issues, but they have not been investigated quickly enough. Would you agree with that as your general assessment? That there seems to be a massive backlog on investigations, on disciplinary action. For me, that seems to be the major issue with the department. If you just give us your impressions on that.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I don't think there's necessarily strictly a challenge with what you're saying, but there has been a new CFO for 2 years, and so we have seen some significant improvement there. In fact, some significant improvement is a little bit of an understatement. There has been massive improvement. So, for example, if last year we were looking at, like I say, 6 or 7 years for fruitless and wasteful expenditure that hadn't been investigated, and there were probably 3 or 4 years of irregular expenditure that hadn't been investigated, and maybe you could say a little bit of chaos in terms of how that all worked. This year, that was not the case. This year, they had a clear understanding of how the irregular expenditure had worked, and the correspondence that we looked through as well regarding the irregular expenditure there was a lot. I mean, there was huge amounts that had already been submitted to Provincial Treasury for condoning. That process, of course, submitting to Provincial Treasury means that they've completed all of their processes. So in terms of the framework, they've done their determination tests, they've done all the investigations that they need to. They then compile a document to send through to Provincial Treasury because they are the authorities who can condone. They've then sent that through. So all of that's been taken care of. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, like I say, there was maybe 3/4 or 4/5 of the outstanding amounts from previous year have now been investigated. So that's concluded, that's done, that's dealt with. So while we do have a material finding there, our understanding is that there's been massive improvement. We can see controls put in place. When we ask about things, there's no one looking at each other, unsure what to say, nothing to say. There's clarity in terms of these are the controls that we've put in place, and this is the steps that we're taking. They've got an investigative unit. There's a directorate that does investigations. They do all the work in terms of investigations. So there's no lack of clarity or anything there or accountability in terms of who's doing the work. So we've seen massive improvement there.
I just want to dig into this a bit because, and I just need to get your input. So if I look at the fruitless and wasteful register, which you may not have, I mean, I don't expect you to have it, but you'll have to just take my word for it. The overwhelming majority of that, and this is all 2024, it looks like all in the current year, is interest on overdue accounts. Mainly, and then there's some late after hours booking issues. What do you think is it literally, is that expenditure management in terms of just not paying your bills on time, or do you think that there's not enough money to pay the bills? So they seem to be picking up interest on overcounts with all the municipalities, with Eskom, KwaZulu municipality, Lembe, Eskom. It's a combination between Telkom, Eskom, and municipalities. Do you think that, have you picked up that there's just a problem with just being diligent in terms of paying fees on time, or do you think it's because of budget cuts, or just as an example of that, can you just give us an input as to where that comes from? It doesn't seem to be, there's no like big nefarious stuff, where people have done silly things. This is a silly thing of not paying an account on time, and I was trying to work out why that's not happening, because surely that's, if you've got the money, you pay the account on time and you avoid overdue interest.
Sure, if I can maybe just provide some background to the question. Thank you. So this department slowly under the previous HUD, because I think there was an acting HUD while we were concluding the audit, and I don't remember the date, but a new HUD has been appointed. But in the term of the previous HUD, she also had appointed a CFO, and we found that the department started to stabilize. When it started to stabilize, they had huge accruals they were carrying year in. So meaning that it's a combination of budget cuts, but the department not then managing. So if the whole slice of the budget is 10 Rand, and you've already eaten into it with the previous year's accruals, you've got 8 Rand to spend. But the department wasn't adjusting their current year budget to take into account 8. So year on year, that knockoff impact was giving them either unauthorized or a fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of interest. So what we're seeing in the 24-25 year is them starting to now get a grip on that. There's more financial discipline put in place by the department. So it is, what you're saying is factually correct for the 23-24 year. It's not managing what they have to spend and how they spend it and what are the core priorities of the department. Moving into the 24-25 year, where they're starting to actually put that financial discipline into place. The CFO has committed that we should see no material findings on 30 days. We shouldn't see any late payments. Therefore, you shouldn't see any interest in the 25-26 year. That was his commitment to us when we closed the audit. Because we've seen such improvement in the last 3 years, we're also positive that they are managing their budget better. So it was definitely a systemic issue in the past, and it has built up, and you'll see it if you compare the last 3-4 years of the value of accruals. So meaning they were still spending more than they should have. But now we're starting to see a reduction in that. So it's a yes and no answer. It is true, but they have committed in terms of changing and putting in the financial disciplines in place. But because the CFO was new, he first had to understand what is going on before he could put the disciplines in place. Even the investigations, we found that the irregular expenditure was dealt with, but the team that should have dealt with fruitless and wasteful were a little slower, and therefore they still had a finding in terms of consequence management. So again, as they tighten up the internal control environment and strengthen it, we should see better audit outcomes coming out from the department.
Sorry, and I'm digging into this because I want to just get some clarity for when we meet the department. So if I look at this fruitless and wasteful expenditure again, and this comes down to my issue about tardiness. And I just want to get a sense from you whether you feel that's correct. So if I'm looking at the register of the fruitless and wasteful, there is just about every single line when we ask about responsible employee, consequence management, et cetera, because we asked the registers from the department beforehand and also asked them what they've done. They've got you on every single line under investigation, every single line, out of, a lot, out of, I'll tell you now, 1,681 lines. Every single one is still under investigation. Do you have a sense that they're just not doing consequence management? And then if I go across to so that's just one question. Then on irregular expenditure, everything seems to be pinned on who I'm assuming was the previous CFO, Mr. J.D. Ngomazulu, who is now retired and left the department, and I certainly don't want to smear his name, but I mean, it's here in the document. And it appears that, this is my second question. It appears that it says retires left the department. There was no criminal action or disciplinary action because no loss was suffered by the department. Just about every single instance of irregular expenditure, the same answer is there, no loss suffered by the department. You know, if you scan through, it's almost impossible to find a break from that. And just to give you an idea, that is, I'll tell you now, bear with me. That's exactly 1,056 line where it says NA, no loss suffered by the department. Can you comment on that? Because that seems to put every single 1,056 items of irregular expenditure, not amounting to much, it's like 200 Rand, that sort of thing. Are all of those irregular expenditure where you didn't follow the rules, but you got bang for your buck, to put it in layman's terms? Does that sound right to you? Okay, and then the second, subsection on that is then we've got 1,050, from 1,057 down to, oh gosh, right to the end effectively, 1,057. So you've got about 120 odd that are still under investigation, and they're still under investigation, let's see when they happened, from like 31 March and varying dates. So the question there again is there tardiness here with picking up? So I don't know, you know, we're talking about still under investigation. The time period is, if I just look at the top of this particular list, yeah, so you're talking about 1 April 2024. I suppose that falls outside of this period. Or does it fall in this period? So it is the period we're talking about. Yeah. So therefore I'm asking you, you know, if somebody tells me that there was a, so here we go, let me give you one. Etodweni Training Enterprise Catering Services, eThekwini North. The date detected was 1 April 2024. The issue was bidder with fraudulent document awarded. And then it says loss suffered by the department not yet determined. Internal control deficiency not yet determined. And it carries on not yet determined, and then still under investigation. Everything's still under investigation. Now my argument is that can't be right, because 1 April 2024 to now, and you still are putting on the register that you haven't worked out with Brett what happened there. Still not determined and still in investigation. So from your point of view, do you believe that there's a general tardiness in the actual disciplinary action here? Because I'd like to get your point of view so that we can take it up with the department. Thanks. I'm sorry, I know I've gone into a lot there. Yes. So have you got all that?
Yes.
So we started with fruitless and wasteful.
Yes. Let's start with fruitless and wasteful. On slide 9, you'll see that the 24-25 amount is only 504,000, and then the 23-24 amount for the year is 488, right? And then obviously it gives the comparison thereafter of 261,000, but your closing balance is 4,900,000. So it means that there's a lot of historic fruitless and wasteful sitting in the whole total. And I agree with you that the fruitless and wasteful has not, that's why that long list is sitting under investigation. Because as I said, the team that was responsible for dealing with the fruitless and wasteful didn't. And what it comes back to monitoring and oversight within the department to ensure that it happened. And by the time that the CFO realized this wasn't taking place, was already after year end, it was in the audit process and we concluded on the audit. So this was something that, yes, they were not, to use your word, tardy in doing. But if you look at the amount for the current year and the previous year, you can see a drastic reduction in fruitless and wasteful in terms of the total of 504,000 in the current year versus 4.9 million. I guess for the members it would be that there's zero tolerance, meaning that you shouldn't incur fruitless and wasteful. But in terms of, is the department doing something to tighten their controls to prevent it? I would say yes, but it's not enough. Because the consequence management is what will set the tone. If your consequence management and your investigations are not complete, it doesn't set the tone for the officials in the department to ensure that if they make a hotel booking, it's either cancelled in time or it's honored so that you don't incur the fruitless and wasteful. So that is to show there's a decreasing trend, but until the consequence management and investigations are complete, it will not set the right tone. So that is definitely an area to take up with the department and to set the resolution, because they only realized this didn't happen in the audit process, which was in year end was March, audit process is April to June. Yeah. They realized this wasn't happening. Yeah. So again, it means that they trusted someone to do it, the person didn't do it, it wasn't reported or monitored, and then as part of the audit process, they now had a material finding. So definitely an area. On the irregular expenditure, again, if we look at the, on slide 9, the 24-25 year, it was 9.8 million. And in the previous year, it was 22 million. And then in the 22-23, it was 71 million. So you're seeing a huge reduction in non-compliance and therefore smaller amounts of irregular in each year. As I said, I'm not advocating that this is acceptable, because it should be zero irregular, but they are trying to reduce the amount of non-compliance that will result in new irregular expenditure, because some of the amounts also made up of multi-year contracts that they'd have to carry through. So for us, it's positive to see the reduction in the irregular expenditure. And then if you take the 9.8 million, the closing balance is 496 million. So again, a lot of this irregular expenditure is prior that hasn't been dealt with. So if you look at last year's audit report and the previous year, we had material findings on no investigations, therefore no consequence management taking place. And again, it cannot set the tone. So here, the CFO did lead in terms of these investigations to then try and reduce the balance not dealt with and allow those completed investigations to be handed over to Treasury for condonement and write-off. The question you're asking is about when they say that no loss has been incurred and whether we are satisfied with that. We look at the nature of the investigation, who did the investigation and the recommendations. And I think because of the nature of Department of Social Development, they're not putting up infrastructure. It's very much service-based, either sending out social workers, the grants that are paid over to NPOs and NGOs, and then it's the catering in terms of training and other functions, youth movements, women, empowerment, things that they do during the year. So they're saying that for that particular example, which is still under investigation because it's the current one, because obviously they would have to investigate all the irregular from the previous year, but they're saying that for the catering, they are advocating that they receive value for money. It's a bit difficult for us to then say no, because it's something that's happened. So we then say the person that did the investigation and the recommendations is adequate in terms of being able to then recommend for write-off. So again, as I said, it's about looking at whether the controls are improving and if the irregular is being investigated, which we found that there has been movement, but we found that at the end of the audit for 24-25, there was no movement on the investigations for fruitless and wasteful, which is why the spreadsheet is showing everything under investigation. So it's an area they have to improve on. But if you look at the RAND values for each year, you can see that they are definitely tightening up and ensuring that there's less non-compliance, less fruitless and wasteful. And the commitment, as you see, we've got no unauthorized expenditure for 24-25, which speaks to the financial discipline and the commitment by the CFO that going forward, they would manage their budgets much better. Chair, that
helps me greatly. Thank you very much. Just confirm, SASSA does fall as an entity under this department, right?
No.
Provincial SASSA falls under National Social Development.
National.
Okay, all right. So we shouldn't bring up SASSA disciplinary issues with this department. No. Okay. Just looking at the SIU report as well. I've luckily got info from all different departments.
Which helps with the
question, yeah, and it helps with the big picture. All right. Thank you, members, for bearing with me while I ask those questions. I just need to get them out of the way. For me, that's the major issue we need to deal with. Right. So do we have members in the chamber who'd like to ask questions before we go to the platform? Honourable Matlopa, Honourable Mkhize? Are you all happy? Okay. I think we're dealing with one of the better departments today. And I think we must certainly welcome the fact that they are trying. And we must give maybe credit to the MEC for that as well. On the platform, are there any hands? Can you see any hands there, Kabu? No hands. Sorry. Okay, now we're going to go to CLARC. I don't know who's representing CLARC today.
Oh, good morning, Chair. It's Eugene Euston again.
Is it Mr. Euston again?
That's correct, Chair.
Mr. Euston, are you there?
I am here. I don't know what is going on. Can you hear me?
Okay, going once. Going twice. Mr. Euston.
Chair, I'm not sure what is going on with the...
Oh, it appears Mr. Euston
can you hear me?
There at the moment.
I think maybe it's not.
Oh, you can't connect. Oh, all right.
I am in the meeting.
Mr. Euston, are you there?
Chair, can you hear me? It's Honorable Naya. Chair.
Okay. Unfortunately, we have to move on. Honourable Naya? She have her hand up?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can. Honourable Naya, please proceed.
All right. I just wanted to just jump in and say that I can hear the presenter from CLARC. I'm not sure why he's not audible to you, but we can hear him on the virtual platform.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, that's unfortunately not going to work. We need to hear him in the chamber as well. I don't know what's going on there. Sorry? Mr. Euston, do you want to try and talk again?
Yeah, I'm trying again, Chair. I'm not sure.
Okay, there we go. We can hear you.
Okay,
Wonderful.
perfect. My apologies. I've been screaming.
No. I think the problem is on our side, Mr. Euston.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Mr. Euston, as before, if you could just highlight the issues of emphasis that maybe weren't covered by the AGSA and not to repeat. Thanks so much, sir.
I will do so. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Once again, good morning to yourself, the members, the AGSA team, officials from the provincial government, and all participants on the platform. Chair, let me thank you at the outset for elevating the oversight work done by this ARC committee, and especially around the areas of financial management, performance information, internal control systems, regulatory compliance, and governance. We rely heavily on the work of the AGSA in informing the way forward in the quarters that we meet with the department. Just to mention then that we have engaged in July with the AGSA and management on the management letter and the audit report of the AG. In September, we met with management of the department for their Q1 report back to the CLARC. And we then, in September, issued our report to the MEC for consideration. Chair, we do have a presentation. If I can just quickly ask it to be flighted. Slide number 1.
Mr. Yusuf, if you can just wait for us to, are we helping you with that?
Yes, Chair, the presentation
Okay.
was.
All right, yes, it was sent through. If you could just help with that, and then, as usual, Mr. Yusuf, you can just guide us through the presentation.
I'll do so, Chair. The first slide,
Let me just get it up on the screen, and then we'll go from there, okay?
thank you so much.
Just stand by. There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Chair. Slide number 2, Chair, just to give structure to the presentation, and I take note of your concerns regarding repetition. I think, thank you to the members and yourself. I think we've improved our approach quite a bit over the last 2 meetings that I've been present. So I'll just briefly give you an executive summary of what has happened in Q1, and really just to say the relationship between the work done up until Q4 and the final audit presented by the AG. I will not repeat that, but I do rely on quite a bit of work and findings of the AG in actually steering our work for the next 3 financial years. So I'll talk to that quickly. I'll give you just a very, very quick update on our mandate. And then the crux of the presentation is in the critical analysis of performance, and then our identification of issues and risks. And then finally, the conclusion and requests to SCOPA. Chair, the slide has disappeared from the screen. I don't know if you noticed that. Slide number 2.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. We go on to slide number 3. The executive summary, Chair. I think here again, it's really an assessment of operational success versus the systemic financial risks that we foresee as a committee. Some great work has been done in 2 areas. There's high performance in terms of delivery. 98% of service targets were achieved in Q1, demonstrating a strong operational execution. In terms of improved cash management, the CFO confirmed there was no overdraft. Payment of invoices have been accelerated from a period of 60 to 90 days to under 5 days in many cases. This bodes well for SMME and the local economy of KZN. The negative and critical failure in our view is that there's no detailed financial recovery plan. No written plan exists. This contravenes our pious mandate and the CLARC mandate in terms of monitoring financial management, as I said in my introduction. It does, in fact, then mask long-term fiscal risks that we will talk to in a few minutes' time. In terms of governance, another negative finding, and Chair, you've touched on this, we've identified persistent governance gaps. These are slow consequence management, unresolved audit findings, where audit findings are above 180 days, and also question marks around the efficiency of the risk systems. In conclusion, Chair, the department is managing its immediate crises, but lacks a strategic plan for sustainable financial health. Next slide. Very briefly then, Chair, we definitely are setting a clear and uncompromising tone for the 2025 to 2028 financial years. That's our term, Chair. We've assessed our assessment of DSD is framed and informed by these non-negotiable priorities. Number 1, fiscal disciplinary and recovery. We want to see the provincial financial recovery plan implemented and adequately monitored. Consequence management, we want to ensure full accountability from management. Root cause elimination, we want to address the controls in the areas of UIFW expenditure, and you've spoken quite at length to that as well. We want to see enhanced oversight. We will evaluate management's performance rigorously. This presentation then further assesses whether DSD is meeting these fundamental standards of good governance, which we set for ourselves and for the report. The next slide, Chair, now starts going into the critical analysis. And this slide, we've identified 4 areas dealing with financial performance and sustainability, which we believe is a core challenge of the department. In the area of budget and spending, expenditure is at 23, and this is Q1 for 25-26. Maybe just to clarify that quickly. And that's this column is the status, and as you can see, we reference that against Q4 for 2024 and 25, and we've done a brief analysis and having a forward view on these issues. The expenditure at 23.6% is below the 25% target, and the department projects break even. Improvements, yes, we are moving away from overspending projections of the previous year. This break even is achieved through severe cost containment and suspending non-essential procurement and not filling critical posts, which carries its own operational risks. We are having those discussions with management to see whether this rigorous spending program and issues around that is in fact negatively impacting operational risk. The financial recovery plan, as I said, there was no formal written plan presented to us. The CFO stated that as a department, it is not projecting to overspend. A formal plan was not deemed necessary. We are pushing that point quite strongly. There was agreement that around about the 15th of this month, the CFO will submit, or the department will submit a written plan. Major concern around this issue, Chair. This is a direct contravention of our primary objective, as I just pointed out earlier. The absence of a formal multi-year financial recovery plan means that there is no strategic roadmap to guide the department from its historically precarious financial position to sustainable financial health, Chair. The break-even is therefore, in my view, tactical and not strategic. Without that plan, we really are not strategic in sorting out the financial health of the department. Overdraft and cash flow, Chair, the CFO can clarify that there is no overdraft with the provincial treasury. Q1. I do take note of the comments by AGSA on this matter. The department has improved the payment of invoices, which I indicated, a positive indicator. We do acknowledge significant improvement in this area, Chair, so I won't go into detail there. UIFW expenditure, irregular expenditure, the numbers were discussed quite in detail. This is a persistent risk, Chair, and we need to have this reduced. The 30-day payment non-compliance is improved and is a direct contributor to this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. You raised that, Chair. I won't speak to that in further detail. In terms of the other critical analysis of performance area is the operational performance and service delivery. I briefly touched on it under the financial side a few minutes earlier. Delivery service targets, again, 54 to the 55 indicators were achieved. That is 98%. Underperformance on one indicator due to final sitting of provincial adoption panel, and this was internal processes which we were sure would rectify itself in Q2. In terms of Q4 and the comparison and analysis, outstanding on the surface. However, we raised the critical question, are these targets pitched at the right levels? Achieving 98% in Q1 may indicate under-ambitious target setting rather than exceptional performance. The department attributes their success, and this is the response to robust stakeholder engagement and more stakeholders coming forward for services. We will pursue this issue in Q2 and the quarters that follow, Chair. Consequence management, a big aspect here that we want to get very close to and have plans in place to actually address these within reasonable timeframes and with good explanations and sort of remedial actions around those. There were 14 misconduct cases which have been ongoing. We have requested a detailed dashboard on case aging, reasons for delays and potential financial recoveries in our meeting in September, Chair. So there was a commitment to provide that around about the 16th of September, which we are busy, Chair, looking into. There's a lack of transparency at pace in the area of consequence management. The aging of misconduct cases and the slow pace of resolution remain a serious concern, echoing our emphasis on the need for effective consequence management and the need to foster a culture of accountability, Chair. Much of this has been already discussed in extensive detail. The final area that we would look at from on a critical basis for performance is governance, risk, and internal controls. The three areas there is the audit action plan, risk management, ICT, and cybersecurity. In terms of the audit action plan, there is a regression risk. Failure to close out historic audit actions is a significant red flag for us. It indicates a failure to institutionalize corrective measures and high risk of repeat findings. So we are looking very closely, and the audit action plan is built around the findings of the AGSA and also our internal audit, provincial internal audit service and risk assurance services. On the risk management side, Chair, we've done the comparison analysis, and we see ineffective implementation. There's a slow implementation of the mitigation plans for critical risk and a major governance failure. The risk management process is explicitly flawed by the internal auditors' finding on the risk management processes, Chair. So there is quite a concern around this, which we will, in fact, follow up strongly going forward. ICT and cybersecurity, Chair, and this isn't just for this department. Across the departments that we visited, we find the process to be very reactive, and that the systems that are supposed to support service delivery are actually problematic across all functions, Chair. And we are sort of doing a strong forward-looking, outward-facing assessment of these particular aspects, and we are engaging strongly on these matters across this department and the others. Finally, Chair, in terms of the overarching issues and risks for SCOPA's attention, Chair, I think we do have the view that the stability that we currently have, coming from the previous year into Q1, is a little bit of an illusion of stability. The break-even financial position, as I pointed out earlier, is fragile, is achieved through austerity measures and not strategic financial recovery. The lack of the plan, which I've already mentioned, is the single greatest strategic failure right now. Without this plan, we can't really comment on whether the efforts of the CFO and management and the HOD are really going to lead to sustainable financial health. The systemic governance delays, long outstanding audit action plans, aging misconduct cases, slow risk mitigation points to a culture of where accountability and urgency are not ingrained. Again, the culture issue and accountability is something that lacks. Operational risks, and this excessive operational risk is viewed as success. We need to scrutinize this closely and assess whether the targets are in fact realistic around these particular non-financial information targets. Just a comment, Chair, high performance is meaningless if the financial foundation is unsound. We need to make sure we have a sound financial foundation. Inefficient systems, and this refers to the ICT. Chair, I've commented on that. Finally, then, Chair, we've put together just some recommendations in the roadmap for the MTF, and they are quite self-explanatory. We looked at financial sustainability. We say we must institutionalize accountability, strengthen internal controls, and ensure strategic performance. And the key activities that we're recommending under financial sustainability is to develop and implement a formal financial recovery plan with clear KPIs. I don't think it's good enough to say we'll manage accruals. There needs to be clear KPIs to deal with it. It's not good enough to say we'll manage misconduct cases and irregular expenditure. Clear targets, clear progress, clear accountability must be attached. We're hoping to see something like that, where we would then be able to take a view on whether the department will be sustainable by 27-28. Institutionalize accountability. All misconduct cases should be finalized and that are over 180 days. Public consequence management dashboard must be developed. We were given some commitment around that. We'll follow up on that. Strengthen internal controls, resolve 100% of the aged audit findings, and also be proactive when it comes to cybersecurity and the systems that are available to improve service delivery. We also then want to just have the look at strategic performance, recalibrate performance, targets to be smart and ambitious. We need to have that discussion so we can make a stronger comment on whether or not we find the targets to, in fact, be smart. And if that's the case, Chair, we will accept that, but it is something we want to engage upon. Finally, Chair, our request and conclusions here is that we conclude that the KZN department is at the crossroads. It has operational capability, it lacks strategic financial discipline and a culture of urgency. Our commitment as SPARC and CLARC will be provide rigorous and unwavering oversight and support during our term. Our request to SCOPA is to assist in delivering a credible financial recovery plan, demonstrating tangible progress on consequence management and aged audit findings. We believe through our concerted pressures together, we can convert short-term tactics into long-term stability for the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jooste. Mr. Jooste, just a quick question from my side. You wrote this report now for us, and we thank you very much for it. Did you have sight of the department's response to the AGSA report before you wrote this report? Because you were talking about a recovery plan and all that sort of thing, which I think is covered in the department's response to us. Do you have sight of that before you generate this report?
Not yet, not Chair. As you may recall, this report takes up to our last meeting with the department. So in Q2,
that's fine.
We will pick up on all these issues that were commitments and that may now have been resolved.
Oh, no, that's fine. Mr. Jooste, I believe Kabo tells me that he has sent through to CLARC, the response from the department, which they will present today. So maybe some of your questions will be answered in that report, and you can maybe give us some feedback on that. I believe you will be staying with us for the engagement, so maybe we can come in a bit later with you to see whether some of the issues have been covered. Okay. All right, everybody. Members, are there questions to CLARC? Honourable Matlopa, so you've got your hand up.
Yes, Honourable Chair. No, Chair, I was looking at the report for the department on the responses vis-a-vis the presentation. I think you have raised the Chair to say that maybe it will be proper for CLARC when they give us the report, but they must first look at what are the responses of the department and recommendations, because, if they come and make a recommendation before they see what the department is responding to the Auditor General's findings, so it can be sometimes a waste of time, to recommend what is there already. But what I want to check to CLARC is whether, when do they meet with the departments? Do they only meet when the audit outcome has come up, briefed by the Auditor General of South Africa, and then they go to the department and share, what the recommendations or discussion around the findings of the Auditor General? Because, Chair, I'm not sure how many times does CLARC meet with the departments, or they only meet to discuss the AG's report and never go back and see whether the recommendations from CLARC themselves and Auditor Generals are being, implemented by the departments. How many times they meet a department? Or is it the condition that they only meet to discuss Auditor General's findings, or they also go there to assist the department, to really change the situation that they are having in the department? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Matlopa. I do know that the response from the department comes out quite soon before the actual hearing we're having today, so maybe they don't have time to actually incorporate that in the report, but I think that's a recommendation that's valuable. I think as soon as that, Kabo, as soon as the response comes in from the department, we must send it to CLARC so that they can compare it alongside, I'm sure, their already prepared report, just to see whether or not, there's been a covering of some of the concerns. I think that would be useful. But Mr. Jooste, can you comment on the second part about your ongoing interaction with the department? If it hasn't happened, what is the plan going forward? If you can just briefly comment on that, please, because we'd like to take a short break. Thanks.
Chair,
do, Chair.
I have a
Thank you.
question. I have my hand up.
Yes, Honourable Naya, I'll come to you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Chair, we do have a schedule of meetings. There are 4 scheduled meetings over the financial year. And there are 2 extra special, there are roughly 2 meetings provided for special meetings, which really deals with the finalization of the audit and the submission of the financial statements for audit. So in total, we will meet 6 times over a period of roughly 12 months, Chair. Also, Chair, I appreciate your comments. We would, if we do need to report at the next SCOPA, that we do then factor in what the department has responded into our findings at the last meeting and engagement we have with them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Naya.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
I'll
And thank you to Mr. Used for that presentation. It was very clear and easy to understand. But I also share some sentiments of my colleague, Honourable Madlopa, in terms of how often you meet. But you've covered that. What I'm interested in is the minutes of the meetings whenever you do meet. Are these minutes sent to SCOPA, to Treasury? How can we get a hold of these minutes? And then in terms of disciplinary recommendations, how do you as CLARC translate this into tangible consequence management actions rather than, just remaining procedural? And are there any capacity or resource constraints that you experience that prevent you from expediting disciplinary compliance? Is there some sort of additional support that you require from provincial treasury or OTP? Is everything on board, or do you require some extra support? Thanks.
Okay, I've just got Honourable Matlopa has got a follow-up, and then Honourable Ramprakash has also got a question. Let's take those questions, and then Mr. Jooste can respond. Thank you. Honourable Matlopa.
Yes, I don't know what's happening. I'm audible, Chair. Stuck.
Yes.
Chair?
Yeah.
Yes. No, thanks, Honourable Chair, and thanks for the response that they are really meeting. As I said, Chair, I wanted to make the follow-up before my colleague, Honourable Naya. It was in regard on these 6 meetings that they have, CLARC have with the departments, 4 annual meetings plus 2 special meetings. What I want to check, because most of the department, you did say, Chair, this one is like better, than what we have seen in some departments. But what I want to check, Chair, what is it that they are discussing in this, especially these 4 meetings? Because the first one is the one that they are dealing with the audit outcomes from the Auditor General of South Africa, so that we can understand, because there are recommendations from CLARC and so on, whether they are making a follow-up on what the Auditor General and themselves recommended to the department, and what is their intervention if they see that what has been recommended is not implemented. Because I wanted also to request that maybe those meetings that they are having, we get the resolutions of those meetings, so that we can see whether it's following up on the issue of the expenditure management, consequence management, irregular expenditure, unauthorized, so that we can see that maybe the department is failing after the assistance that they have received from different structures that are assisting in regard to the accountability of the PFMA as well as the treasury regulations to see whether they are not. Maybe I think if we can get those resolutions, you know, what they discuss there, so that we follow up. When we meet with those departments, we can point out to say that in that date you met, you were told to fix 1, 2, 3 going forward. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
I think that's incredibly useful, Honourable Matlopa. Yeah, so Clark, if you can just take note of that, I mean, I'll let you respond, but it's very helpful to us if, let's say, by the next time we meet departments, which is in February next year, you can give us a report saying what your interventions have been along the way so we can compare that to where the department is. Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Honourable Brumprakash, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Jooste.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to colleagues and all present. Chair, just 2 quick questions. What is CLARC's assessment of DSD's internal monitoring and evaluation systems? Are they effective and reliable? That's 1. 2, what mechanisms are in place to monitor the expenditure versus performance throughout the year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Brumprakash. Okay, can we now... Yes, Honourable Matlopa, another one.
Yes, no, I'm
Sure.
so sorry, Honourable
Chairperson.
No, also in his presentation, the representative of CLARC indicated that one of these challenges of accruals is and also Auditor General is as a result of the budgetary constraints and the cuts that have been taking place. Because they meet several times and also CLARC reports to the Treasury, have they raised these matters when they give a report to Treasury to say that the department's challenges in regard to unauthorized and wasteful expenditure is as a result of the financial constraints as it has been raised in both reports of the Auditor General as well as the CLARC. Have they made a recommendation when they give the report back to the Treasurer? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Jooste, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members, for the questions. Chair, I think it would be quicker for me to respond to Honourable Matlopa because it's roughly the same issues. The question around the content of our discussions, we have a standard agenda for the 4 meetings and the scheduled meetings and the 2 special meetings. We have a work plan that clearly identifies what needs to be done across the quarters for the financial year. We do have I might have mentioned it, a very structured agenda which covers our oversight responsibilities, which I touched on earlier, which covers financial management, performance information, internal control systems, regulatory compliance, and governance. I've mentioned that before. So our agenda aims to address all of those matters and then consider and oversight responses from the management and give guidance and advice on how to deal with these matters. Once the meetings conclude for that quarter, we draft a closeout report which goes from the CLARC to the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee. The content of that report essentially identifies the issues, issues that affect the accounting officer, issues that need to be escalated to the MEC of the department, and then issues that the park needs to escalate at the provincial level, that is at the provincial treasury level. So the reports are quite comprehensive and they do get, and we do have a time frame and a schedule by when those should be submitted to the MECs. We then aim to set up a meeting with the MECs, and I must admit it is difficult to actually discuss those reports. We also, in our meetings, open up the opportunity for the HOD to discuss that report with ourselves. I have had one HOD actually have that session with myself, And also, then we were able to just understand the issues that we have escalated through the system. The committee is very, very well supported by the Provincial Internal Audit Service and the Risk Assurance Services through Secretariat Services. So minutes are available, resolutions are available, the agendas for future meetings are available as well before the meeting. Our second round of meetings for Q2 are about to start in November. So just to assure Honorable Matlopa that the process is very well defined, very well structured, and that very well documented as well. So the information is available. The issue around the minutes raised by the honourable member, I think I've covered that. They are available. They are prepared by with assistance from the Secretariat. The resolutions, the registers are there. They're available. And also issues around matters arising that are being tracked. Those issues, standard meeting protocols do exist. On the issue of disciplinary processes and whether we're just looking at the procedural aspects and not getting involved in following up on these matters. Chair, maybe just to mention, we are an oversight body, so we are not consultants that can become operationally involved in the work of the department. Maybe just to clear that up. What we can do and what we do is to point out to the HOD that there are issues in that particular area as part of our reporting process and give advice on how to address those issues. Failing corrective measures being put in place and failing progress on implementing those remedial actions, we then escalate that matter to the MEC with the hope that the MEC would then intervene. Failing any response or satisfactory progress on that matter, the process then is taken up through PIAS, the Provincial Internal Audit, the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee, to the Treasury. So there is a strong escalation route. And Chair, as I said at the outset, thank you for elevating the role of the clerk and the PARC in that we are now able to bring our reports to yourself. I think at the first meeting I attended, there has been quite a bit of uncertainty around our role and how we function. And if as a recommendation, Chair, we would like to maybe at some point just brief the committee in more detail on our mandate, our role, our function, and how do we actually do our oversight, Chair. So concluding then, in terms of extra support, what I have seen in most of these departments, considering the magnitude, and even this department, the magnitude of issues around disciplinary related to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, irregular expenditure, etc., there definitely are massive backlogs, and I think a recommendation from myself would be that the backlogs be ring-fenced and that specific resources be earmarked, identified to tackle that backlog, to put those particular expenditure items through the correct treasury processes so that we can get approval and start clearing out the ones that in fact are unresolved, unable to be resolved for whatever those reasons might be, Chair. So I thank the member for spotting that and raising it. So I think that should be a recommendation as well, Chair. Thank you. Then finally, Member Prakash, how do we monitor performance? And I think you're probably referring to non-financial performance in particular. We do, as part of the understanding the vision, the mission, values of the entity, we do look at the programs through which they deliver, and we understand the programs, and in those programs we tend to then start to get a good understanding of the performance information that needs to be measured and how those portfolios of evidence will be put together and brought to a point where they can be audited and determined whether or not they are leading us to the objective of the specific programs and the department as a whole. The department actually, in some departments, they may have performance information management systems that track these targets and progress against these targets, but we receive on a quarterly basis, the target for that quarter, We interrogate that target, and as I've indicated in the Q1 discussion here now, there will be no year-to-date target because we only do Q2 shortly, but we would then look at year-to-date, the specific performance of the quarter, that specific quarter against its target, and then also overall up to that point in time, if we're lagging or we're ahead of target, and what the impact would be by the end of the financial year. We are very mindful of the budgets for the programs and also the level of achievement of these non-financial targets in relation to the budget. And I'll be the first to admit the correlation is not 100%, but it gives you a good rule of thumb as to whether the department will in fact achieve that specific target over the financial year, Chair. Chair, I hope I've covered the questions. If there are any others, or if I've missed anything, I'll be happy to respond to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jooste. I think we're good for now. I don't see any further hands. All right, so members, we will now take a short break. We were supposed to be done by now, but I will ask the department to wait. Can we just take a 15-minute break and be back at 22:11 to then chat to the department? Thank you, everyone. All right, thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable MEC, welcome, and your team from your Department of Social Development. We welcome you here today to this SCOPA hearing. So you've brought quite an extensive team along with you, MEC Shinga, and we welcome you all. MEC, I wonder if we could just start with some opening remarks from you. Well, no, let's start with introductions. HOD, if you could just introduce yourself, and then if each of your members could just introduce themselves going down the row right to the end. Then we will take some introductory remarks from the MEC. And then HOD, I would like to start with you and go right down to the end doing the oath or affirmation, which is normal in SCOPA hearings. You do testify here under oath today. I think it might be your first time, so you're not familiar with that, but that is a SCOPA process. So let's start with just introducing yourself, and just to keep it consistent, what we've done is, if you could introduce yourself and tell us how long have you been in your current position. So each one of your team. I don't want you to introduce your team. They must introduce themselves, but they must just introduce themselves and how long you've been in your current position. Okay. All right. So if we can just start with that, then we'll come back to MEC for opening comments, and then we'll do the oath and affirmation, and then you can do your presentation. Okay. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Onkemetse Kabasia, HOD for KZN Social Development. I have been in this position since the 1st of October 2025. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
You are brand new in the position.
Indeed.
Okay, that's fine. Welcome. All right. Okay, next, please.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, to the MEC, to the honorable members, and to the HOD, DDG's management of the department, and all the ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanzo Zungu. I'm the CFO for the department. I've been here in this department from 1 July 2023, so I'm about 2 years old. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and honorable members and the colleagues. Ikamalami Pumzile Xaba Maheta. I am the DDG for Community Development and Institutional Coordination in the Department of Social Development. I have been in this position since the 1st of July 2025. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and honorable members and colleagues. My name is Mapili Mhlongo. I'm the DDG responsible for social services in the department. I have been in this position since February 2021. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and honorable members and colleagues. I'm Dr. Mqoli Singongo, Chief Director, Community Development and Research. I've been in this position since 2010, for the last 15 years. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Honorable MEC, and honorable members and colleagues. My name is Ayanda Mbata. I'm the Chief Director for Program 3, which is for children and families in the department. I've been in this position from 15 July 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, MEC, and colleagues, my name is Dumisani Kaba. I'm the Chief Director for Strategy and Systems. I've been in this position since March 2020. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and honorable members and the colleagues. My name is Velapi Kumete. I'm Chief Director, corporate management services. I'm just 3 weeks older with effect from 1st of October. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable House members, and Honorable MEC. My name is Mpendulo Ngubo. I am the head of ministry since the 1st of July, 2024.
Good morning to the honorable members. My name is Tole.
We can't hear you very well. Can you just come closer to the microphone, please?
Apologies. Good morning to the honorable members, honorable MEC. My name is Ngobezitha Sithole, and I'm the PLO in the Department of Social Development. I assumed these duties in the beginning of the 7th administration. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the MEC and the management of the department. My name is Chuba Vilane. I'm the media liaison officer in the department. I also started in the beginning of the 7th administration term. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC and honorable members and management. My name is Mbuso Mpanza. I'm the Acting Director, Office Management and Support. I started in these duties on the 1st of October, 2025. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's the team. I have Committee Assistant Kabo Nkunazi with me. My name is Tim Browterset. I'm the chair of the committee. And then I have Honorable Mkhize there and Honorable Matlopa. And then there are other members present on the platform as well. So although you only see 3 of us here, there are many of us in the background on the platform. So, sorry? Of course, and I think Kubile here is our researcher, and Mr. Vazadna, who is our legal advisor in the back there. All right. So, MEC, would you like to just make some opening remarks? I'll give you as long as you need. And then we will proceed to doing oath and affirmation and then your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, your good self, the Chairperson of SCOPA, Honorable Tim Browterset, the honorable members of the committee, the head of department, Mr. Kabasia, and the senior management, and all the support staff of the committee, the researcher, the legal advisor, and our admin, Mr. Kabo. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee today. This engagement is both crucial and timely as it provides us with an opportunity to account to this esteemed committee on the department's financial management performance and compliance posture. It also allows us to share progress made in addressing the findings raised by the Auditor General, as well as the corrective measures we have put in place to strengthen our internal controls and governance systems. This is also, Honorable Chair, in the committee, our first engagement with the committee since the appointment of our new head of department, Mr. Onkemense Edwin Kabasia. May I formally introduce him to this committee. Mr. Kabasia joins us from the Gauteng Department of Social Development, where he served as the Deputy Director General. He brings with him a wealth of experience in governance, finance, and institutional strengthening, and we are confident that under his leadership, the department will continue to move towards greater stability, accountability, and efficiency. Mr. Kabasia. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Department of Social Development remains committed to upholding the principles of accountability, transparency, and good governance. We acknowledge that the effective use of public resources is not only a legislative requirement, but a moral obligation to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, particularly the poor,
the vulnerable and the marginalized communities that depend on our services. We meet today to deliberate on the department's 2024-2025 audit outcomes, our turnaround strategy, and the status of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure for the periods 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 2024-2025. We view this engagement not as a compliance exercise, but as a constructive process to strengthen accountability and institutional integrity in our department. The audit outcomes for the 2024-2025 financial year reflects a department that is steadily improving its control environment and internal systems. Although certain areas such as contract management, supply chain processes, and record keeping still require improvement, the Auditor General has commended the department for the notable progress achieved in resolving previous audit findings. Key improvements noted during enhanced oversight in financial reporting and budget monitoring strengthen the internal audit reviews and risk management practices and improve compliance with the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations. However, challenges persist, particularly in areas linked to legacy contracts, delays in consequence management processes, and weakness in asset verification. These challenges form the basis of our comprehensive turnaround strategy, which we have already started implementing. Already a series of consequence management actions have been initiated and disciplinary processes are underway for officials implicated in past financial irregularities. We are also strengthening collaboration with the Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Auditor General to ensure early detection and prevention of potential risk. Chairperson, our responsibility extends beyond compliance. We must be a department that delivers quality social services while upholding the highest standard of accountability. To this end, I have directed that all senior managers sign performance agreements that include governance and audit compliance target. Cluster and district management teams are now required to hold quarterly review sessions where audit findings are tracked and progress reported. These measures ensure that accountability is cascaded throughout the institution and that there is a clear ownership of both challenges and solution. At this point, Chairperson, allow me to reflect on the wisdom of the late former Deputy Minister of Science and Technology and former Zululand Mayor, Mrs. Zanele Magwaza Msibi. She once reminded us that true leadership is not about occupying a position, but about serving people with honesty, humility, and courage. Her life embodied the values of integrity, discipline, and compassion. As the department tasked with improving the lives of the most vulnerable, we draw the inspiration from her example. Her words remind us that public service is a calling that demands accountability, empathy, and the constant pursuit of excellence. In closing, Chair, as the leadership of the Department of Social Development, we accept full responsibility for the stewardship of public resources entrusted to us. We are under no illusion about the work that still lies ahead, but we are equally determined to ensure that the department regains and maintains public trust. Our focus is clear: to build a financially disciplined, people-centered department that delivers on its constitutional mandate with integrity and efficiency. We therefore appreciate the guidance and the oversight of the committee, and we remain committed to implementing its recommendations in full. Honourable Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Thank you very much. Okay, now, Mr. Kabasia, we're going to start with yourself. If I could just explain, if everybody can just listen, I'll just explain how the oath works. So there are two versions, and you can choose whichever one you want. If you want to swear by God, you raise your right hand and you say, I, your full name, hereby swear that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Okay, if you prefer not to swear by God, you then just say, I, your full name, hereby affirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, so it's up to you which one you use. And if we could just do that one by one all the way through for your whole team, and then we can start the process. Thank you very much, Mr. Kavasia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will take the oath. I, Unkemitsi Kavasia, swear to tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
You can just help, folks. It's easier if you use the mouse on your table to click at the top of the screen where it says on. Sometimes pressing it with your finger doesn't always work. The mouse, if you just click on the on, comes on easily.
No, thanks, Chair. I was waiting for you. The mouse was working very well. I was waiting for you to give me a go-ahead.
Please continue.
I, Sanzo Zuku, swear that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Glen Rose Pumzile Xaba Makheta, affirm that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth. Thank you.
I, Mapili Mhlongo, swear that I will tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I'm Odisi Ngongo. I swear to tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Ayandambata, swear that I will tell nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Dumisani Taba, swear that I'll tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Velapi Kumete, I swear that I will tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
I, Mpendulo Ngubo, swear that I will tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Ngobizita Stole, swear that I'll tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, so help me God.
Has everybody finished?
Yes. Yeah, Chair, I think the people that must follow what you said, it's only those that will give report to us. Not the people that are not going to be part of the responses or presentation.
Sure. We normally do everyone, Honourable Matlo, because we never know. But has the whole team done it now, including the second row? Okay, that's fine. All right, okay. Honourable Kavasia, the floor is now yours. We have your presentation. Are you going to flout it, or do you need us to help you with that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We request to be assisted with the flighting.
Okay, so we'll help you with flighting it, but whoever is presenting, if you can just help us by saying, please move to the next slide and just tell us going to slide 1, slide 2, slide 3, just so we can follow, because sometimes it's the screens are a bit far to actually read, but we do have the document in front of us on our laptops. Okay, but thank you. If you could just work your way through it. And obviously, if you need to defer to others to present certain parts of the report, that's fine. And then after that, we will have questions and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, Honorable MEC. Chair, we will be presenting the full report as guided, or in terms of the the framework that was provided to us by the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The presentation will be led by the Chief Financial Officer of the department, Mr. Zungu, and will be guided flowing from there. What else would the committee require of us to respond to? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Eshuti. And once again, good morning to the Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable Members, Management of the Department. I will take you through the presentation. The contents, slide number 2. I will take you through the purpose of the presentation, legislative mandate, the audit outcome for 24-25, UIFW expenditure for 23-23, 23-24, 24-25, exposure to RT 46 fees made on contract, legal cost for 24-25, asset register for 24-25, SIU invoices for 24-25, conclusion and recommendation. Next slide. The purpose is to present to Standing Committee on Public Accounts the following reports: 24-25 audit outcome and turnaround strategy, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure for 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25. Exposure to RT, fleet management contract, legal cost for 24-25, asset register for 24-25, SIU invoices for 24-25, as requested by the committee. The legislative mandate were being guided by the Section 40 of the PFMA that indicates the account office of a department must keep full and proper records of the financial affairs of the department, must prepare financial statement for each financial year in accordance with general recognized accounting practice, must submit those financial statements within 2 months after the end of the financial year to the Auditor General for auditing and to the relevant treasurer for consolidation. The department complied with the requirements and submitted the statements to AG and treasurer on 31 May 2025. Audit outcome: the department received a positive audit report, which is unqualified audit opinion, with the findings on 2 quorate areas, Honorable Chair. Expenditure management, which is payments paid after 30 days, and consequent management in respect to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There were no findings on irregular expenditure. I will deal with that going forward. There were no findings on the following 7 quorate areas where we received the clean audit. On annual financial statement, we were clean. Annual performance reports, procurement and contract management, transfer payment, asset management, strategy planning, and performance management, contract grants, we were clean in all these 7 quorate areas. The movement in terms of the previous financial year, under financial statements, there were no movement. It was a clean, even the previous financial year. Annual performance reports were clean again. Compared to the previous financial year, there were no changes. We maintained the cleanness. Procurement and contract management, we may also maintain the cleanness from the previous financial year and also 24-25. Transfer payments also maintained the cleanness. Strategy planning and performance information were also unchanged. We maintained the clean audit. Asset management also maintained the clean audit. Contract grants also maintained the clean audit, Chair. The only findings were on 2 issues, which we are working tirelessly to clean them again, and we are going to be we are cleaning them. In the next audit, we are going to be clean on these 2. The first one is on expenditure management, which is the issue of payments beyond 30 days, and also the consequence management, where we are implementing the controls around them. And I'm going to be taking you through what we are doing and what we have done so far to have these 2 issues clean in the next audit. The dashboard, there were 13 findings per component, and all of them we have developed the action plan in respect of them. The audit turnaround strategy, the first one was on expenditure management, where the payments were not made within 30 days. There were a number of issues relating to this: the issue of budget cuts, the issues of unfunded wage increases for the previous financial year affected the department because the department had to start the financial year with the accrual invoices that were not paid because the money was redirected to unfunded wage increases, resulting to the payments of invoices being delayed because the money was taken to fund the wage increase. So those decisions were not decisions of the department, they were decisions of the National Treasurer and DPSA, and we are continuously saying the department should not be held responsible for that decision since it was not the department's decision. However, as a department, we have implemented a lot of controls in reducing the spending so that whatever little that remains, we can be able to live with that. And those structures that we implemented has yielded a positive result. The department has improved the payment within 30 days in Q2. In July, there were only 23 invoices that were paid after 30 days. And in August, there were 5 invoices paid beyond 30 days, as well as in September, there were 3 invoices that were paid after 30 days. In total, for the financial year from April to September, there were 10,400 invoices and 10,100 invoices were paid within 30 days, which is 98%. And there was only 246 invoices in total that were not paid within 30 days, which is 2%. This is because of the accruals. In April and May, we were paying the accruals. There were many. We could not pay them within 2 days. But going forward, from June onwards, the department is paying invoices within 5 days. We can check with our SMMEs. They are happy because they get their money in time. With regards to the next one, consequence management, the prior year fruitless and no-full expenditure not investigated. We have undertaken the investigation. There were investigations that were done in the previous financial year, but we could not finish because we had a lot of backlog. In the previous financial year, there was irregular expenditure amounting to excess of $1 billion, where the department has forecast its forecast, and we're able to clear that $1 billion of irregular expenditure. And we could not conclude the fruitless and no-full expenditure, of which currently the fruitless is sitting at 3 million, and we are focusing on that one. By the end of the financial year, with that fruitless and no-full expenditure will be investigated, and necessary disciplinary action will be taken, or any recoveries will be implemented. But I will take you through when we reach that slide for fruitless and no-full expenditure, so we can be able to demonstrate what we have done so far. The next issue was on contract management, non-compliance legislation requiring SCM police to specify the number of days for invitation and closing of quotation. We are saying the progress SCM police has been reviewed and is undergoing departmental process for adoption and approval. As well as on contract management, as SCM policy and process not updated or developed for establishment and transfer of panel, we are saying the policy is being reviewed to include the utilization and establishment of panels. Also, there was an issue regarding the panel of events as well. It has been incorporated in the policy that is under reviewed. And also, there's inadequate assessment of bidders' ability to provide the service over the contract. And we're saying this is part of the evaluation criteria, and also the policy will include this information to assist departments to be able to hire or to contract the suitable bidder with the capacity. The number 7, the NPO visit, where the Auditor General has visited NPOs and identified number of deficiencies such as mold, dampness, water supply issues, damage infrastructure of NPO. We're saying those has been corrected at Shalom Project workshop, including transformer burst, water supply, kitchen ablution services. NPO has addressed this deficiency, including replacement of kitchen items and paintwork. And the department will continue to close monitor infrastructure issues identified under Uku, Ilembe, King Kejwayo district, and ensure that defects identified by the auditors are adequately addressed. And it was also worth mentioning, Chair, that the department is not funding the infrastructure for the NPO. We're only funding the programs for the NPOs to operate. They come and bring their own existing infrastructure, and the department is not funding for the upgrade or for the renovations. So we also always encourage them to do the donations or to ask for donations to assist them with the renovation, and also our monitoring also covers that so that they can be able to improve their structures to be in a good condition to keep people. The other one is the audit plan, professionalization of the public service, failure to conduct skills audit and reorientation program. We say department participate in provincial skills audit that is conducted by the Office of the Premier, and this has been done from these levels indicated there. Now we are focusing on the social workers and CDPs, and also in addition to the above, the department conducts skills audit on smaller scale through PDPs that are submitted annually by the employees to identify training that need to be developed on the annual workplace skills plan. Also, the professionalization of public service, the non-compliance with directive for the public service volume 1, where 10 employees appointed in 2024 did not contain integrated assessment and vetting reports. We are saying all newly appointed employees with effect from 1 April 2025 is subject to personal suitability check in line with the Directive of Human Resources Development, Management Development for Public Service. And also, the department is planning to conduct personal suitability checks in phases for other employees that are not verified by SACA or SSA. The department has currently started the contract employees and project phase is anticipated to be finalized by 31 October 2025. The other finding, number 10, outdated appointment policy not aligned with the current HR directive. The policy is under review, yet to consult with the Office of the Premier, ensuring alignment with the framework, and this will be finalized by 31 December 2026. Finding number 11, individual appointed without defined pending final court ruling. The employment contracts for the affected child and youth care workers were audited, and employment contracts are in place. Finding number 11, an ICT government's non-approval of ICT strategic plan in place and inadequate monitoring of ICT-related audit findings. We are saying in progress, the review ICT strategic plan is in progress. The assessment grade criteria for the ICT strategic plan bidding process has been finalized with SCM, and the request for quotation subsequently issued to all participating service providers on SATA transversal contract. The last one, the minimum requirement for entry certificates in SMS, which is Nugala certificate, were not approved or not obtained prior appointment. This was the two cases that were found by the auditors, and one case we were able to provide the audit with the proof that it was submitted, and another case we were able to prove that this employee was appointed before the requirements was in place. However, department has issued a circular. The department will issue the circular to all employees who were employed from 2021 backwards, so that they can be able to comply with the Nugela pre-entry certificate, so that we can be able to put them on our records. All advertisements are strictly requesting the certificates to be there as the requirement by the DPSA. The audit turnaround plan, we are saying the department has noted and responded to all findings raised by the AG in 24-25 audit cycle. The department has also developed the audit turnaround plan that I've indicated with the progress for dealing with these audit findings raised by the AG, and also implementation of the developed audit turnaround plan is monitored on quarterly basis and reported to government structures. Moving to the next one, unauthorized, irregular, freeze and wasteful expenditure. The first one is unauthorized expenditure. Department, we have put the definition, what is unauthorized expenditure, so that we can be able to understand. Unauthorized expenditure means overspending of the vote or main division within the vote. So in 24-25, the department did not incur any unauthorized expenditure. The unauthorized expenditure was incurred in 23-24 financially, amounting to 23.4 million. As submitted to the committee, it is referred as Annex A. All the requirements that were required by SCOPA are indicated there, including the person responsible, what type of action has been taken, and so on and so on. And then there was also 90 million, which was also incurred from prior years in 2020 and in 2021 financial year. The root cause for the 23-24 financial year of 23 million, this was incurred in Program 3, Children and Families under Compulsory Employees. This was due to unfunded wage increases for 23-24. That was approved by National Treasury and DPSA without funding. The department was not provided the budget to pay this increase up to 96.7 million. The intervention department did not overspend the total vote in 23-24 financial year despite those unfunded wage increases. The department provided the funding for this unauthorized expenditure through suspending vacant positions. There were money that was available after there were vacancies, and that money was put to pay for these unfunded wage increases. Environment and shifting of funds was done, and this was to be approved by Provincial Treasurer during second adjustment, and funds were shifted from capital to current expenditure as per requirement of Section 43(4)(c) of the PFMA. Provincial Treasurer could not accommodate this for the second adjustment as they were not having any additional funding coming to the province. So the funds were there, but we wanted them to be approved for the shifting. So the shifting was not approved by Treasury. The funds are still there in the annual financial statements. If those shifting can be approved, we'll appreciate so that this unauthorized can be closed. Officials responsible for this, we are saying National Treasury and DPSA are responsible for this unauthorized expenditure as they approved the unfunded wage increase. So we believe even this committee can assist us to hold these departments accountable for their decision, as department did everything possible to close this gap. The progress on write-off, departments to submit this request to Treasury for write-off by 31 December 2025, and hopefully it will come also come to this committee for consideration and also for write-off. We believe it will be written off. On irregular expenditure, the irregular expenditure does not mean there are irregularities. As presented by Auditor General, it means there were non-compliance with the legislation, as indicated in the definition. If you can see in 22-23, the irregular was above $1 billion. In 23-24, it was 889 million. In 24-25, it was 493 million. And also, Chair, it's also worth mentioning that when you look at the regular expenditure in CAT, we're in slide number 29. In CAT, in 23, it was 71 million. It reduced to 19 million and also reduced to 9 million. There's a positive reduction in the irregular expenditure. However, the prior year balances of about $1 billion was hindering our success. However, we have dealt with this irregular expenditure. Now the balance is 493, and also this 493 million has also been dealt with. So we spend our time in the previous financial year 24-25 on irregular expenditure. Hence now we do not have the backlog on irregular expenditure. However, under fruitless, there's still a backlog, but I will take you through. The root cause mainly on irregular expenditure, slide number 30, the irregular expenditure that we have, Honorable Chair, is mainly on expired contracts that were not renewed, resulting to payments for services rendered without tendering process. Mainly, those are our irregular expenditure, where a company, after the contract expired, was asked to continue to provide the service without procurement processes. And we are saying in terms of the Annexure B that we have provided, we are saying the irregular expenditure is related, it's the official responsible are the people who were supposed to take necessary actions, like the previous CFOs. They did not stop those contracts. They did not renew those contracts. So such official is responsible, and department can take actions against someone who has since exited the department. And we are saying in terms of the losses suffered, we are saying there are no losses suffered in the department because the service was rendered and was received by the department. Only the process of getting the business was not done through the SAM processes. The intervention that we have done as a department, the department stopped all expired contracts in August 2023. Hence, the regular expenditure was reduced from 71 to 19 million. So there's intervention. Department engage in procurement process, short-term or long-term, before the expiry of the existing contracts. From now onwards, from 23-24, we stop all expired contracts and it's not occurring again. It will never occur again. The department also has implemented the checklist to check before the signing of any tender awards if all the necessary requirements of the PFMA as well as SM requirements are followed to ensure that every award is in compliance with the checklist. Department has achieved the following in dealing with irregular expenditure from 2009 to 2024. So we had to go back in prior years and clean all those irregular expenditure. Department appointed the IFW Expenditure Committee in 23-24. Provincial Treasury approved the condonation of 217 million in 23-24. The HOD approved the removal of irregular expenditure of 405 million in 23-24 as guided by Treasury after submission by the department. The department does not have any backlog of prior years irregular expenditure not investigated. The balance at the moment, slide 32. The balance at the moment, we have a balance of 493 million that has not, is sitting in our books. However, we were able to submit a condonation request on 31 March 2025 of 402 million, where we're waiting for Treasury to approve. Once it's approved, we're going to be remaining with 81 million, which has been submitted to risk management for further investigation, and they finalized some, but we could not include them because of process that are not yet finalized. Then we are currently investigating the 24-25, that 9 million that incurred in 24-25. And then outstanding irregular expenditure not attended to is zero, Honorable Chair. We have dealt with this one. We are confident, we are proud of our action to deal with this one. And the next one, irregular expenditure. Officials responsible, I've indicated, they're indicated in Annex B for 23-24 financial year, and for 24-25 not yet been determined, and the matter is still under investigation. That 9 million. As soon as we finalize, we are able to determine officials responsible and necessary action to be taken. Present condonation, I've explained this one. Those have been submitted for condonation, and those that are still waiting for the Treasury to finalize. And the balance that we're having is about 95 million, which will be submitted upon completion of investigation and determination date by 31 December 2025. Then the next one, Honorable Chair, is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where we are a little bit behind in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In 22-23, it was 261,000, not million. In 23-24, it was 488,000, not million. In 24-25, it was 504,000, not million. However, when you add these figures, they are just almost a million for the past 3 years. However, due to prior year fruitless, that was not attended to in the department, so the balance is 4.9 million, of which this 4.9 million we are dealing with it. The next slide. This fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the categories we've analyzed, how it happens, it's interest on overdue accounts, it's reconnection fees, no-show fees after our booking. The first category of interest on overdue accounts is because the department could not pay the invoices within 30 days because of the cash flow challenges and unfunded wage increases. As a result, the creditors charged the interest to the department, and as a result, there was this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have not yet finalized all investigation around them. We are finalizing, and mainly on interest, the department was not necessarily at fault because we were hindered ability to pay the invoices. And then how it incurred, the department, I've already explained this one. Department had prior year fruitless expenditure of 3.6 million from 2015-16. That was not investigated and not written off, relating to cumulative balance of 4.9 million. The root cause, I've already indicated this is fruitless. It's due to late payment, due to cash flow challenges, or reconnection fees charged by municipality after reconnecting after our booking for prior years. The intervention department only managed to investigate 1.5 million of fruitless and worthless expenditure as indicated below. The balance as at 31 March was 4.4 million and investigated 2,141 transactions, which is a lot of transactions as indicated, as referred in the annexure. And the department managed to investigate 1.5 million, and the 24-25 fruitless was 504 million, which is under investigation, and the balance for everything, including prior year, that we have not yet finalized is 3.3 million. And all this 3.3 will be finalized by 31 March 2026. And we are saying, Honorable Chair, for the past 3 years that were requested by the committee, all the fruitless and worthless are written under investigation because we did not investigate them. We were dealing with irregular expenditure. We were having a capacity challenge, and since irregular expenditure has been dealt with this year, we are confident that by 31 March, this fruitless will be investigated and necessary action will be taken for the officials. If they are liable to pay for this, they will be asked to pay for this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And we are saying it not yet, the official response are not yet determined. They'll be determined after investigation, and they will be asked to pay. The progress on write-off, there are no write-off done for fruitless. The matter is still under investigation. Investigation to be finalized by 31 March 2026, and recovery or write-offs will be implemented. The next one, exposure to RT contract. We were not sure what is required, Chair, but we submitted the information that we thought it is required. We're explaining that this is a contract by Southern Government to manage the fleet for the government, including repairs, maintenance, fuel card tracking. It is administered by National Treasury and implemented by West Bank. The department in 24-25 has spent 68.1 million for 669 vehicles, which most of them were changed from KZN to GBV number plates, and details are provided as per Annexure D of the report submitted to the committee. Legal costs in 24-25, department incurred legal costs of 6.3 million, which is mainly the costs that are legal costs are costs that are incurred by the department. The service provider that we use is mainly the state attorney, since we engage state attorney for any issues that we had to defend against the department or any claim that we want to pursue on the favor of the department. The annexure, slide number 44, reflect those cases where state attorney was involved to defend the department. And then slide number 45 as well. All of those cases are there with a total of 6.3 million paid in 24-25 financial year. Asset register has also been provided as Annexure E, where department indicated or submitted assets to the value of 376 million with a total of assets of 15,673 assets. The payment of SIU, we are not owing SIU any money. We have paid 3.2 million as per the invoice that was submitted in 24-25 financial year, and the proof of payment as requested by the SCOPA is attached as Annex IF, which is a download printout from the bus system. So we are not owing any cent.
Sorry, CFO, can I just interrupt you there? If I'm looking at the presentation on slide 50, payment of SIU invoices, I'm just getting a whole lot of question marks on that page. If you look at the screen. Is that the same as you got? No. Okay, then I've got a wonky presentation. All right, please continue.
Sorry, Chair, about
Thank
that.
you.
Sorry about that, Chair. In conclusion, we are saying the government to continue to implement turnaround plans for the AG findings, to conclude investigations and implement consequence management where applicable for UFW expenditure for prior years, 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25, which mainly, Honorable Chair, is for fruitless expenditure that we are dealing with, and we are not sleeping. We're working tirelessly to clean this, and it will be cleaned by 31 March 2026, and department will get the clean audit. We are confident about that. We are also department to continue to manage legal cost and also to monitor spending on RC contract and develop to reduce spending on repairs and to maintain and update the asset register and to ensure continuous payment of invoices, including the invoices for the SIU. The recommendation recommended that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts note the presentation on 24-25 audit outcome, UIFW expenditure for the past 3 years, exposure to RC contract, RT46 contract, legal cost, asset register, SIU invoices for 24-25. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Just on the presentation, there's one issue that I did raise with the Honourable MEC yesterday. I think there's maybe a bit of a misunderstanding, and I must check with Kabo. In regard to the exposure to the RT46 contract, the reason that SCOPA is raising this is that we are working towards a special hearing on the RT46 contract, because we're concerned that this contract has led to many vehicles being off the road. So I don't know if it's your fault or our fault, but I mean, it's not a major issue. But we note that you've got 669 vehicles in your department that are on this fleet management contract. What we really want to know is how many of those vehicles are still on the road, and the ones that are off the road, are they off the road because of delays caused by the RT46 management contract? That's what we're trying to find out. And which service providers are you engaged with in terms of that contract? I don't know if you can give us that answer now. Yeah, okay, the MEC says that you can. So I think if you can just give us that information, and I'd like you to follow that up with written confirmation of that, just for this general thing that we're pursuing. Can you just respond to that quickly, please?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. After we got something yesterday from the MEC, we tried to put something, but we are going to be submitting a formal presentation. As far as the RT contracts, the vehicles that are on repairs for more than 6 months, there are 6. Other vehicles, they are in and out of the garages, which are 19, and the rest of others are working in the department. So it's 19 in and out of the garages, and 6 that has been more than 6 months waiting for the repairs. Thank you.
Would you be able to just send through to Kabo just a quick note on that, just to complement your report? Thank you. That would be very helpful. Okay, I'm going to hand over to members now. I have questions, but I'm going to hand over to members if there are any questions. Or shall I lead the questions, members? Shall I lead? Okay, let me quickly do that. Look, first of all, I want to congratulate you as a department. We've seen from the point of view of AGSA and from the point of view of CLARC, the Cluster Audit Risk Committee, that you have made substantial progress. So let me start by complimenting the MEC. It's clear that a new broom sweeps clean, and MEC, I just want to thank you for that. There's no, you will know, MEC, in my speeches, I continuously turn to the MECs and I say, please, you're the executive authority. Please get your departments to get moving. And I want to thank you, MEC, for doing that. It's clear that your influence is being felt. But also to the officials, especially CFO, to you, I can see that you are taking what the AGSA is saying, and hopefully what SCOPA is saying seriously, and we can see progress. However, there is one area of concern that and you've raised it, but I really would like to have a very I would like, what will happen now is that we'll form resolutions after these hearings, and we will specifically ask you about these particular things, and we'll ask you to respond to us by 21 January 2026, and after that we'll meet again in February next year. So the issue really is that I've got is the issue of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful. And I'm talking specifically about the matters not yet dealt with. And, I don't want to belabor the point because your report does acknowledge it. But I'll tell you what makes me concerned as an experienced first of all, my background is forensic financial investigation, so I understand this very well. And if I look at your irregular expenditure register, which you sent through, thank you very much for that. And I look at line item number 1057, you've got an issue with a company called Etodweni Trading Enterprise, Catering Services, eThekwini North. That was detected in April 2024 for an amount of about 200,000 Rand. And it's a bidder with a fraudulent document awarded. And it goes down from there. All right. And the internal control deficiency is not yet determined, root cause not yet determined, and then not yet determined right across. I'm sure you're familiar with this. So my question is why has it taken, why are we sitting, well over a year, I mean, we're in October now, and they still have a not yet determined thing there. That's on the irregular expenditure. And if you go from line item 1057 right down to the end, which is 1168, means it's about 115, 120 odd matters that have just not yet been determined. Can you give us an idea as to why that has happened? Is it a matter of capacity? I mean, I understand some of them are 31 March 2025, but still, it's a good 7 months on from that, good 6.5 months. That's too long to create a tone with officials that, well, if you do something, it's going to be 6 months before there's even a determination as to what went on here. And the amounts are chunky. You've got a security services in head office, Asipele Sande, trading, security services. That's 204,000 Rand. That was detected on 31 March 2025, and still there's no progress. I'm not trying to take out a stick. I'm just saying, please understand how serious this is. And then if we go to fruitless and wasteful, which you have acknowledged, there are a lot of items that are still under investigation, as you say. So I just want to put this to you. You can respond as to why this ecosystem has developed, briefly, but also just to you, HOD. I'm sure that you are familiar with sections 38 and 39 of the PFMA, which set out your general responsibilities. And I'm sure you're aware that that is established legislation in South Africa. So if you are not taking sufficient and urgent steps to curb irregular expenditure and to take action on irregular expenditure, you yourself, sir, could be reported for a crime. That is the level of responsibility that sits on you. So I think, please, can you take that extremely seriously, and are you going to establish a separate task team to actually get stuck into this so that when we meet again in February, you can say, okay, those long list, we can tell you we've brought it down to this, whatever. Okay, that's just my question to start off with. Can I just have a response to that, please, before I go to other members? Either from the HOD or the CFO. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure someone was assisting for flighting, then slide number 32. My response is drawn from the slide. Thank you very much. The balance of irregular expenditure, Honorable Chair, as at 31 March 2025, I think it's a mistake, is in 2024, is 493 million. And 402 million has already been investigated and submitted to Provincial Treasury. Outstanding, Honorable Chair, is 81 million, which is having that Epotweni included, and 9.8 million, which is for 24-25, which is still being investigated. So with regard to irregular expenditure, we are left with 81 and 9 million only. And with regards to those cases that Honorable Chair has read, the investigation, as it says, it was further investigation by risk management. Our risk management is investigating those two cases, as Honorable Chair has indicated. And one of the investigations has just been completed. So the termination letter of one of the suppliers has been signed by the accounting officer, and necessary action is being taken. And the 9 million is also being investigated. So these two cases are actually current cases that we are actually dealing with. That's why I was saying, Honorable Chair, we are confident with irregular expenditure we have dealt with. However, Chair, I need to indicate that we had the issue of the backlog while there were delays in the investigation. It's because of the backlog. These cases that we're dealing with are dating back as 2009, where the investigations were not done in the department until they were concluded. They were done in 24-25 financial year. And now we're up to date with irregular expenditure. With fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are dealing with them in this financial year, 25-26 financial year, and the balance is about 3.5 million. And we are confident that we are going to be completing our investigation. And also, the same issue, why it has not been dealt with as expected, is because of the backlog. Before we do the current, we had to go back to 2009, and the new one are coming, they are coming. So now, by end of December, we are also going to be up to date with the investigation for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Come next financial year, 26-27, we have a zero in our books. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so just to clarify, you've got, I see now, so you've got this Etodweni trading, okay, and then you've got TFS wholesalers from Freight, and then you've got this Asipililsande trading. Is that correct? Well, those are the ones, there's three there. It seems to be the same, there are three, those 160 odd that I referred to, 160.
We can't hear you.
Those
You are
three.
breaking.
Sorry? Okay, I'm terribly sorry you can't hear. I'm not sure why
I
that's
think you are
happening.
breaking, Chairperson. We can't hear you.
I would think that because I'm the source, you're breaking. I don't know if there's a signal problem here. But what I'm saying is there appear to be three businesses involved here. Etodweni, then TFS Trade, is it TFS Trading? Yeah, TFS Wholesalers in Vryheid, and Asipililsande Trading. Am I correct? Under regular expenditure. Can you tell us something about those three suppliers? You've got the three there. All those regular expenditure ones where I said it says not yet determined.
All right.
It's those three. Can you give some background to each one of those and what's happening with those cases?
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. All those cases, the two cases are for 24-25 financial year. That's the department is saying they are under investigation. We're investigating them. They are still new.
Which ones are those?
The Vryheid one
Yes.
and Asipile Sand.
So those are currently under investigation.
Yes.
Okay, and the one
And
that
also the airport Weni, it's a previous financial year case. However, it is a contract. The expenditure is overlapping to the following financial year. Even in 24-25 financial year, their expenditure is there. So that's why we are saying all of these cases are under investigation. However, the airport Weni, the investigation has just been concluded now. So the HOD has signed the consequence around that. And then the two, as the Pillar Sand and another one, the matter is still under investigation since they are in 24-25 financial year.
Okay, so let me just come in there quickly. You would have saved all these questions if you just updated your register. Because your register, if you look at it, says not yet determined on all three of those. If you just said under investigation and just a short description, under investigation, this is what's happening, then we can see that there's movement. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if it, but it says not yet determined, to me as an independent observer, I'm thinking you haven't even started this thing. So I just suggest that you go look at this irregular expenditure register and just update it to include the detail you've given me. Now, okay.
Thanks.
It'll just save questions and show that there's some sort of progress going on. All right.
Noted, Chair. Noted, Honourable Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think that's sufficiently answered, and that is just an issue inside of the congratulations on the progress you're making. So please don't take it to heart. We just would like to see a fulsome progress right across the board. Okay, members, are there any questions in the House? Honourable Matlopa, Honourable Mkhize? Are you comfortable? All right, let's go to the platform then. Oh, sorry, Honourable Matlopa, please continue.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair. Greetings to Honourable MEC, HOD, a warm, hearty welcome. I think that you are joining a winning team led by MEC, a hardworking person. Greeting to you and your entourage. Firstly, Chair, we want to appreciate the department for taking seriously the recommendations from the Auditor General. We can see that even in the previous years, there is green, but the significant improvement in 2024-25 that has been reported by the Auditor General to us, it makes us have a hope that we are going to do more, to have clean audit, because now it's unqualified with findings. And we also appreciate, because it's not that we only throw stones when you come to us. What we want in the departments of KwaZulu-Natal, all of them, is to have clean audit so that they bring hope to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, that the finances of the community are being handled in care and also cautiously, that the service delivery for the people of KwaZulu-Natal are being in the forefront of any decision that you are doing as a department. I'm impressed by the clear presentation by the CFO. Well done, sir. You know your story. That's what we want. When the Auditor General give the audit outcome, you study it. You come with tangible action plan to really respond to the recommendations of the Auditor General. I want to check something here on the NPO. You indicated it is correct that you don't assist them with infrastructure. We all understand that. But have you ever tried to support them by giving them capacity building in infrastructure management, risk assessment, and risk assessment as a department? Because even though you don't deal with their infrastructure, but there is a way that you can assist them, because these findings by the Auditor General is a health hazard in those infrastructure for the NPOs. Maybe if we can get that one. Also, the issue of 55 days creditors payment plan that you have been paying, you have indicated that you are trying to deal with them, but there is a challenge because one of the causes of it is in regard to the budgetary constraints that makes you to hold back the payment, because to us it is a concern that even though the payment has been authorized, that is a report that we got from Auditor General, even the payment has been authorized, but it is not released until the year end. You have confirmed that, and you point to the causes of it. But the challenge here is the fact that those SMMEs, they die a natural death because of the failure of the departments to pay them within accepted policy of the government. But I was also consoled by you indicating that you are paying them within sometimes 5 days. You really focused on that because you said one of the causes is a budgetary constraints. How do you deal with that? Have you ever check or raise with the relevant authorities like the Treasury, like the Office of the Premier, so that the department really realize their vision to really deal with the issue of the accruals? Because these accruals, when you go to the financial year, the next financial year, you go there with a deficit already. Because when you enter the new financial year, you have to pay first. And the targets, how do you deal with the targets that you make because of the budget that you have got? Because at the same time, that budget that you got and you come up with the targets, you have now paid the previous year in regard to that. Maybe if you can share with us so that we can understand how you do that. The other question that I can ask, there is a clerk that is working with all the departments of KwaZulu-Natal from the Treasury. If you weigh their contribution, do you think it's really assisting the department going forward to the challenges that the department is having? I want to check that one because they have made a presentation. Also, your relationship with them, because even on the issue of the budgetary constraints, they are coming from Treasury. Have you raised the issue with them to say, because you give a report back to Treasury through the committees that the Treasury is having, can they raise also the issue of the budgetary constraints? Because all the departments are crying about that thing. But you are doing very well. I think you must continue with the good work that you are doing. The reduction of irregular expenditure makes us have a hope as a SCOPA. The way you have outlined it, that you have dealt with all of them, but only 81 million outstanding, even on the unauthorized and so on. But please focus on that one. Honorable MEC, thank you for cooperating, because one of the things that make some departments not to correct things is the arrogance not listen to the Auditor General. But here we can see that you, MEC, and your team, you are gelling very well to try and deal with what is raised by Auditor General, because we are not fighting with the departments. But the others, they're saying, hey, they are scared even to come to us here because we shouted them and do that. But sometimes it's frustration on the repeat findings by the Auditor General. And we feel that really, instead of Auditor General going up, to other areas, still stuck with the people that don't want to take the recommendations from the Auditor General. Honorable Chair, we really appreciate, we are looking forward that the departments, when they come back, we are going to get what they promised to us, clean audit. We'll make you account on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Matlopa, for that very experienced input. Then we've got Honourable Bumpercush. Sorry, I think Honourable Matlopa is mainly making statements there, which are very welcome. Honourable Bumpercush, I believe you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Greetings to the MEC, HOD, and all present. Chair, let me start by commending the departments on its efforts to reduce irregular expenditure and maintain an unqualified audit. However, Chair, continued focus on consequent management, timely payments, and proactive contract management will be essential to achieving and sustaining a clean audit in the future. Chair, I'd just like to know through you, from the department, how is the department ensuring accountability for officials linked to irregular expenditure and fruitless expenditure? As well, what progress has been made so far in implementing the audit turnaround strategy? Can the department confirm if all investigations to prior years' irregular expenditure has been complete? With regards to the RT46 fleet management contract, what strategies are being considered to reduce the high maintenance and repair costs? And I think lastly, Chair, what steps are being taken to avoid contract expiries that lead to irregular expenditure? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Bumpercush. Can we have a response, please, from the HOD?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and appreciation to the questions raised by honourable members. The question on NPO support, I would request that Dr. Ngongo assist us in that regard. But Chair, maybe let me just make a few points based on my observations as I've been interacting with the team in the last few weeks. Is that number one, we have acknowledged that the issue of accruals works against the department and needs to be managed and be reduced. We have noted good progress already made by the team to reduce the accruals, both on the issue of transfer payments as well as other issues relating to goods and services. We have been engaging on the processes that needs to be undertaken to make sure that moving forward, we will not move into 2026, 27 with bad accruals. If anything, it has to be linked to normal, services that cannot be paid in March because you'll receive the invoices at the end of March and you pay them in April. But further than that, we fully acknowledge the fact that we need to manage the accruals because they present a bit of a challenge from a planning point of view and the commitments of the next financial year. And secondly, Chair, I've had a session with colleagues from Treasury and the team here to prepare for the CLARC meeting that is scheduled. I think it's on the 3rd of November. But the impression I got, Honorable Chairperson, is that there is a very good working relationship between the department and officials, and CLARC in particular. We have agreed on issues of common interest that needs to be dealt with, and that would include processing some of the audit outcomes that have been done by internal audit reports that have been done by Provincial Treasury, which the department is also doing very well. The findings are not of serious concern, but they are important for us to improve the operations of the department. And amongst the issues also to be discussed would be the issue of cash unavailability risk. As the Honourable Member said, Chair, you have got contracts that are approved or SLA signed with NPOs, but when the time to pay comes, then there's a problem of cash availability from the side of Treasury. That has also been discussed, and it will also feature in the next meeting of the 3rd of November to look into that. But the general impression is that CLARC is adding value, and the department is cooperating very well with the work that is being required on that side. Maybe the last point, Honourable Chair, is really to commit to putting a process in place to effectively manage the commitments around the outstanding work, especially on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure investigation. The commitment in the report is that we should have concluded these investigations by the 31st of December 2025. And on the basis of that, a determination will be made in terms of what next course of action will be moving forward, including on issues of consequence management. But I'm of the view, with the assessment I've made so far, that the Office of the CFO, working closely with the Chief Risk Officer, there is a process that is well managed to respond adequately to this issue of fruitless and wasteful management, fruitless expenditure, to the extent that only after that, those investigations, then it would be upon myself and this collective under the leadership of the MEC to ensure that consequence management is implemented in that regard. I think those will be the comments that I wish to make, Honourable Chair. And then I would ask Dr. Ngongo to just reflect on NPO support as per the question that has been asked. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
No, thank you very much, HOD. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the question from Honourable Maldopa. Indeed, we do implement capacity building of our NPOs. On the main, we have a partnership model that we are training all our NPOs on, so that they are able to access additional funding from external donors. The easiest way of doing this was to register all these NPOs with SARS, so that they get what is called the PPO, it's for public benefit organization. Then once they are registered with SARS as a PPO, then they are able to access corporate social investment from different donors. It becomes easy if you are registered with SARS, because even the donor is going to save a lot of money through e-tax. So if they give you 250,000, they know they are saving that money from their tax. So we are working with SARS to register all of them. It's a process that we've already started, and there are a few who are now benefiting. Then they can use those kind of funding for issues of infrastructure development, all their maintenance issues, for everything that is outside our funding as the department. So the issue of partnership is very, very critical, that we train our NPOs to be able to establish partnerships that are going to help them. We are working with National Lotteries Commission. We are also working with SASOL at the moment, and we are looking for other potential funders. And we encourage NPOs in their operational space. If you are to Lund or you are in Potchefstroom or build it, if you are registered as a PPO, they are able to extend a hand to you in that regard. And we are continuing to register them as PPOs. We are continuing to train them in resource mobilization. It's an ongoing process. And that additional money that they'll get through that process will come handy in assisting them to attend to whatever challenges that they are faced with in their operational space. That would be our response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe to respond to Honorable Matlopa, the issues of the budget cuts, if we do engage the Treasurer, an officer of Premier, we have engaged Treasurer a number of times with regards to requests for additional funding in order to pay the invoices within 30 days. We also even wrote to the officer of Premier to be exempted, to request the Premier to give us approval to be exempted in budget cuts because we are a service delivery department. And unfortunately, the Treasury always respond and say they don't have money to assist the department. Even the audit finding on 30 days, we referred it to Treasury. Say, Treasury, you took the money, we paid the salaries. So this 30 days issue that we are facing, you should be responsible and answer to Auditor General, say, because the money was available. So your decision to take the money away from us is affecting us. So you should be responsible. And they were not available to respond. But we always engage them from time to time. And also, Honorable Chair, what we were always doing, we're always complaining to Treasury, Premier, until we decided as a department that we can't always complain. Let's come up with strategies to save money. We came with strategies, expenditure reduction strategies. We decided a lot of changes that we can implement in the department. We suspended procurement of non-essential item. We reduced a lot of spending in the department. As a result, we were able to pay all our accruals in the month of May, and we were able to clear the backlog in the payment of invoices. So from June onwards, we are paying the invoices as they are received because we have reduced the spending. So from now onwards, we are paying every month, every invoice that is coming to the department. And by end of the financial year, we won't have the accruals going forward. The department finances are stable now. With regards to the question asked by Honorable Brank Prakash, if we have finished our irregular expenditure, it is on slide number 32. I think the Honorable Member is having the presentation where we are saying we have dealt with irregular expenditure. The only balance is 81 million. That is under investigation, and 9 million, which is about 95 million only. We're coming from 1 billion to 95 million, which is under investigation and will be finalized by 31 December 2025. So, in principle, we have dealt with irregular expenditure. And then with regard to high maintenance of the vehicles, we are caught in between. Maybe the committee can assist us. To reduce the spending on repairs is to get new cars. That's the only solution to reduce spending. If the car is old, as they're old, these cars that are heavy, it breaks every day. Come from repairs, within 2 days, something else breaks. The solution is to get new cars. To get new cars, we need a budget that we do not have. Maybe if this committee can assist us to talk to Treasury and give us the allocation for the cars. Or they don't give us money, they buy cars on our behalf because all we want is the cars. We request Honorable Chair to assist us on that one. And another one, which was also from Honorable Brank Prakash, is the issue of what are we doing to ensure that the contracts expired are not continuously used to avoid irregular expenditure. That one is also on slide number 31, where we said department has stopped all expired contracts, so there are no more expired contracts. And bullet number 2, we said department engage in procurement, whether it's short term or long term, before the expiry of the existing contracts. That's the strategy that we are implementing. Before the contract expires, we procure, whether it's short term or long term. We don't use any expired contract. We avoid irregular expenditure at all costs. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Matlopa. Sorry, but before you go to Honorable Matlopa, CFO must just remind you that if you want to make a request for extra funding, you must come to the Finance Committee. The job of public accounts to see is how you've spent your money, not the money you're going to be getting. This is not the right forum for asking for extra money. This relates to how you spent your money. Okay, Honorable Matlopa, over to you.
Thank you very much.
We can't cry. Remember, we cannot mourn at the wrong funeral.
Yeah.
We must go to the right place.
Chair, I wanted to say that in regard to the request of the budget and so on is the finance, which is led by Honorable Lungwane. But Chair, the advantage of this committee, most of the people that are here also sit in the finance. So I think we can also push when they have raised it with them. And we can share with them that we met with them, they are having these challenges. I think is that advantage, but the relevant committee is the other one, treasurer. But what I want to check is this thing, they indicated this COE's unfunded mandate and so on. I think the CFO dwell much on that to say that they tried to request the assistance, but provincial treasurer could not accommodate this for the second adjustment as they were not having, and continues to say that. And they said the funds are still there on the annual financial statement. I think one of the requests, you want to be assisted that Treasury writes off this. I want to check whether your request was to say to the committee, due to these challenges, also to speak to the Treasurer when we meet with them, because we also work with them, around this writing off, but you said you'll submit it. That's what I heard when you were presenting. Before the end of this year to the Treasury. But I will say, Honorable Chair, because we can see that this department is committed really to deal with these challenges that we are having in many of the departments. It's something that I think we must try and also raise ourselves to assist them going forward. But next time we are not going to see all these things if the Treasury have done that. I know that Treasurer is also reasonable, but also when they have advised you as a department to avoid certain things, I think you have to adhere to, so that you promote good working relations, that you cooperate when also they advise you in regards to the legislations, compliance with the legislation going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Let's get a response to that, and then I want to go to Honourable Khadebe and then Honourable Nair on the platform. Your response?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Member. Chair, maybe let me just confirm that I have had discussions with the head of the Department of Treasury, and some of the issues that have been raised were put on the table. We have agreed to reconstitute our teams to review all these challenges that have been put across. And we are hoping that we will be able to find a way of how do we respond together, both ourselves and Treasury, to try and alleviate some of the challenges that have been experienced. But the Treasury has been welcoming to our request to reconstitute our teams and engage and see how best we respond to some of these issues. We should be able to respond in our next appearance as to whether there has been some positive outcomes emanating from those engagements. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honourable Matlopa, your microphone is off, so you're not on record at the moment.
I've been long in this committee. You can hear even if I'm not from national to here. No, I'm just checking. There is an indication by Auditor General that there is 2.448 million claims against department that threatens the financial stability of the department and put risk pressure on government finances. Can we hear what is the plan of the department to deal with that and avoid it in future? I did not hear very well. Maybe I missed on the presentation because I was trying to listen carefully. But this one that was raised, I did not hear. And also appreciate that the department have tried to come up with the plan to really try and raise a budget to deal with the challenges they have over and above to pursue the treasury. Is that one that I did not hear very well? Maybe I missed it because you have given us a report in a detail. I will apologize if it's part of the report. Thanks.
Thank you. If we can get a response to that, and then I really want to go to Honourable Hadebe and Honourable Naya, who've been very patient.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Maybe to add on what HOD has indicated, Honourable Matlopa, through you, Honourable Chair, we'll really appreciate this committee to assist us to have that 23 million written off by SCOPA through Department of Provincial Treasury, because that 23 million overspending was as a result of unfunded wage increases, which was not our decision. So we'll appreciate the support of this committee to have it written off. Then with regards to the claims against department, it was not part of today's presentation. It was not requested by this committee, hence it did not form part. It came from the Auditor General's report, but mainly the claims against department is where maybe our vehicle was involved in an accident with a third party. A third party will pursue the claim against department. So that amount that you see there is not a confirmed amount. It's a contingency liability. In case the claim succeeds, department might lose that money. But we try by all means as well to fight so that that money is not paid unduly. So it's not yet confirmed. It's contingent asset or contingent liability. When it's sit there is no claim, we'll remove it. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Okay, now let's go to Honourable Hadebe on the platform. Thank you for your patience, Honourable Hadebe.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to you, all of you colleagues. Yes, my name is Honourable Hadebe. For you, Chairperson, let me thank the department for this presentation. It really shows that they are well prepared. Thank you again. Chairperson, my question is regarding the 504 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. reported as incurred in 2024-2025 and currently under investigation. They may, the question is, they may please again explain the circumstances that led to this expenditure, to the specific project or contract involved. Number 3, the status of investigation and expected timelines for findings. 4, what corrective measures or governance reforms are in place to prevent recurrence? Another question is, Chairperson, it is said that there are 6 vehicles reported as waiting for repairs. Please, Choti, address the reason for these vehicles are not yet repaired and expected repair timelines. Because we're going to have the former repairs. Another question is that I'm asking the impact on service delivery and the frontlining operations, and then the budgeted and actual repair cost to date, including any maintenance backlog. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Debbie. I think let's just get the question of Honourable Nair as well, and then we can deal with those 2 sets of questions. Thank you. Honourable Nair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Honourable MEC and your CFO and your department officials. I want to just reiterate what my colleagues have already said. We are indeed impressed with the progress this department has made, and also your ability to answer the questions that members have raised. Indeed, it does appear that you are competent and prepared. However, there are 1 or 2 things that I would like to ask. Pertaining to the issue of the non-profit organizations, my colleagues did cover this extensively, and I do note your response in terms of the measures you put in place and the progress you are making in terms of assisting the non-profit organizations. But I just want to ask, what mechanism do you have in place to ensure that these particular NPOs that you are funding will indeed spend the money that they receive to prioritize infrastructure maintenance, and infrastructure improvements, so to speak? Because sometimes you do find that these organizations, in spite of them having maintenance issues, they spend the money on operational costs. So do you perhaps have some sort of mechanism to ensure that they comply in this regard? And also, have you begun conducting unannounced visits? Do you have a standard checklist that was recommended by the Auditor General in place now? I know that you've rectified the issues that were raised by the Auditor General on certain NPOs, but do you have these in place now going forward? Then the other issue I want to raise is I want to read from CLARC's report. It says here this department has the illusion of stability. So the department's break-even financial position is fragile, achieved through austerity measures, not strategic financial recovery. The lack of a written financial recovery plan is the single greatest strategic failure, and long outstanding audit actions, aging misconduct cases, and slow risk mitigation point to a culture where accountability and urgency are not ingrained. Now, we know that you've been dealing with a lot of historical issues, and you've done well to bring your department to where you are now. What mechanism or financial recovery plan do you have in place to ensure that there is not a repeat of the past? You do have mentioned that you've approached Provincial Treasury to explain that you are a key service delivery department and should not experience austerity measures and so on, and you've not been met with any positive outcome. And as a result of that, you've put measures in place to try and deal with your fiscal position by yourselves. Do you indeed have a written financial recovery plan? Because we did hear that CLARC say they'd not received it by the 15th when they were supposed to receive this recovery plan. I myself perhaps could have missed it amongst the documents. Can you confirm that there is a written financial recovery plan so that you are adhering to this plan and that you will continue to move forward in this upward trajectory of improvement for this particular department? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Naya. Can we get responses to Honourable Khadebe and Honourable Naya, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable members for the questions asked. The CFO will clarify the fruitless expenditure of the 504, sorry. The Honourable member spoke about millions, and the CFO will confirm that it's thousands. And then let me speak to the issue of the NPO support. Currently, the department really is focused on subsidies that is targeted at beneficiaries, and not necessarily on issues relating to NPO infrastructure. But let me just indicate, Chair, that we will also be reviewing our support and maybe look at whether we can repackage it better, because we also acknowledge as a department that the beneficiaries that are served by these NPOs are beneficiaries of social development. So the work that these NPOs are doing remains critical and important. And those beneficiaries must be served under conditions that are proper and that protects them from any further vulnerability. But at the moment, with the constrained resources, the limitation has been that the focus is really on beneficiaries and not in other areas. We continue to ensure the monitoring of NPOs, partly to ensure that we respond to the audit outcomes, but just as a general practice in the department, that we need to follow through on all the rands and cents that are allocated to the non-profit organization. We are currently in discussion in the department in terms of how do we strengthen our monitoring capacity to ensure that we can derive maximum value for money for the R500 million rands that we allocate in terms of transfer payments. With regard to the questions from the Honourable Member, and my apologies, I'm still trying to get used to the names, Honourable Chair. On the financial recovery plan, yes, the department has a financial recovery plan. And I've picked up the concerns around whether there are some operational issues versus strategic issues there. But the report we have is that what we have as a financial recovery plan has already started to yield results. We understand that it is a living document. We must continuously review it as our circumstances change. And the concerns around, being lean on other strategic areas will be attended to. And if there is a need to review the plan, we will certainly do so and resubmit the revised one. But we do have a financial recovery plan in place. And Honourable Chair, we are hoping that some of the concerns that have been raised from CLARC will be followed through in the meeting that is being planned for the 3rd of November. And we have already engaged with Provincial Treasury and agreed on issues that will go into that meeting. Our next report to SCOPA would certainly include progress on the outcome of these discussions. And I'm hoping that the CLARC report would be different moving forward. But I'm happy that we have engaged with Treasury. They know the challenges we are having, and certainly those will also go into the formal CLARC meeting of the 3rd of November. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would request your permission to have CFO responding to the issues of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that were asked by the Honorable Member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The question asked by Honorable Hatebe, the issue of 504 million. The answer is on slide number 35 of the presentation. Chair, the amount for fruitless for 24-25 is not 504 million, it's 504,000. Now, when I was presenting, I kept on emphasizing that it's not millions, it's thousand. So is there the last table on the slide? The Honorable Member was asking what is comprising of is 448,000, which is the interest on overdue accounts. It's charged by our municipalities. When you don't pay them on time, they will add the interest. Why we are not paying them on time is because of the cash flow challenges that we were experiencing in 24-25. Then they charge us this amount. The next one is 33,000 for disconnection. If they reconnect you after they have disconnected you, they'll charge you money for the company that comes and reconnects you. It's 33,000. It's linked to late payment because of challenges. And disconnection, if they disconnect you, they'll send a company to disconnect. Then they charge 2,000 rand. That too is not 2 million, it's 2,000 rand. And the last one after our booking is 21,000. When our official maybe was supposed to go and come back, maybe for any circumstances, the official needs to book at the hotel overnight, whatever reason. So the official could not do proper plans. It was an emergency case, whatever. And then the official had to do the overnight or the after-hour booking, and the traveling agent will charge you to say, we are working us at night when we are sleeping, you want to book a hotel. They charge us 21,000. So all these cases, they don't involve a contract or a tender as maybe might be alleged. It's just these issues of late payments mainly. Then all these matters are under investigation as previously reported that we'll investigate all these cases just to determine who is responsible to pay for them. But if this late payment were as a result of non-availability of cash in the department, there will be no one who will be held responsible. It is the department itself and Treasurer who should be held responsible for not providing money for our employees to process the payment. And also, if maybe there were circumstances that were forcing the employee to book after hour, those circumstances will be discussed, will be presented, and then if there were no tangible evidence or circumstances, so the official will be requested to pay that after hour or booking fees. And to prevent this is to pay the invoices in time, of which we are doing it. We are managing this one so that there will be no interest that is being charged. And also the last one, as Ashod has indicated, the recovery plan that CLARC has reported that it didn't come. It was due on the 15th of October. We have since submitted the recovery plan, though we did not meet the due date, but we've submitted the recovery plan with the pack for the next session of 3 November. The department does have the recovery plan. We could not present it at our last CLARC meeting because there were changes in terms of the CLARC agenda. So, Chair, the CLARC has changed the membership. So the previous CLARC was saying the recovery plan is only required when you project to overspend. So on the previous CLARC, we were not submitting this recovery plan because even in the previous year, we were not projecting to overspend. And then this new CLARC said they wanted this presentation. We did not submit because we thought it's still not required. After engaging with CLARC, we have since submitted the plan. And what we are saying in this plan, we have long implemented the recovery plan from 24-25 financial year. Even now, as HOD has indicated, it is yielding the results that are positive. We now pay invoices within 5 days because of that recovery plan that was implemented from last year. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think that colleagues and honourable members, I think that we've done with the hearing. We do have Treasury waiting on us to give us their presentation on their general presentation on UIFW, not for this department, for whole government. So, MEC, thank you very, very much. I don't know if there are any closing remarks you'd like to make, or you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Except really to thank the committee, the SCOPA, and your leadership. Indeed, we are a department that is working hard to turn things around. And Honorable Madlopa spoke about cooperating. She will remember that we walked throughout KwaZulu-Natal in the 6th term doing oversight. So it is something that is important to me and close to my heart. All the matters, Honorable Chair, have been recorded, and we will look at your deadlines until we meet again in February. But I also would like to thank the team, the HOD, the CFO, and all the senior managers of the department for cooperating as well. We are in a very different setup in the 7th administration, but their cooperation and support does show their willingness to make work towards a cleaner government. So siyabonga kakhulu, Chair, for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC. Yeah, MEC, I'll say it again, your leadership has made the difference. And once again, when MECs really lead like that, we see improvements. To your team, Mr. Kabisa, thank you very much. Kabasia, sorry. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. CFO, you're doing a great job. Thank you. Just keep it going, and we will see each other in a couple of months. We like to walk with departments and try and assist where we can. So, well done. Thank you very much. Thank you, members, for this engagement. I appreciate it. Treasury is coming in now. I don't want to necessarily slow things down so we can have lunch before 3 o'clock. So, yeah, thank you very much. Department, you're welcome to leave now, and we'll take Treasury, and then we'll be done for the day. Thank you. I think we can take 5 minutes just to stretch our legs, members. Okay. All right, honourable members, honourable MEC, let's get started. I think the primary concern right now is that we have folks in the dining hall eating our lunch. So if we don't get there quickly, they'll eat it all. No, I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah, let's get cracking. Right, so without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to, well, first of all, welcome you and your delegation, MEC. Thank you very, very much. We've obviously dealt with DSD this morning, which was a good news story, I must say. They are moving in the right direction. And now I'll hand over to yourselves for the presentation on UFIW. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. To you, there's no other. Oh, and to my favourite benchmate, CQ, Matlope, Honourable CQ, and to all my officials, HODs and Office of the AG. Cabo, I haven't seen you for a long time. It's good to be here. I'll be very brief, Chairperson. I'm going to give you the good news, and I'm going to allow Carol and Santanu to give you the bad news. So if one looks at irregular expenditure, the good news is that there's been a decrease between the 24-25 year in irregular expenditure. It's decreased by 32%. If you look at fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the 24-25 year shows a 38% decrease in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then if you look at the unauthorized expenditure between 24 and 25, there's a 37% increase. Decrease, my apologies. So it's all decreasing. The reality is, though, that the numbers remain too high. But if we continue with the implementation of the various interventions that we have, I'm sure that over the next couple of years, we can reduce this to a level that is more acceptable than what it is now. The team is going to take you through, obviously you don't need an explanation on the difference between irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful. I see it's in the presentation, but if your committee doesn't know that at this stage, then I would be quite concerned. So they're going to take you through department by department, and hopefully this will give you an understanding and an insight into the challenges that we as Treasury experience when it comes to fiscal compliance. So with that, Carol, is it Santanu doing it? With that, I'll hand over to Santanu. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair, MEC. I'm going to take you through our report. As the MEC said, I'm not going to go through the key definitions. So we'll skip page 1. In terms of the background, embedded in the PFMA, there are certain steps that accounting officers have to take in terms of irregular, fruitless, and unauthorized expenditure. And one of them, I suppose, is to take due consequence management, which for irregular expenditure has been done to an extent, but for unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful, there hasn't been much movement in terms of consequence management. However, National Treasury have issued an Instruction Note 4 of 2022-23, which gives legal effect to the PFMA compliance and reporting framework, which was effective from 3rd of January 2023. Basically, if we look at the next slide that we're talking about, the management of unauthorized and irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful is basically documented in 3 documents. We have the instruction note.
Sorry, Sansi, can you just tell us which slide you're on so that Cabo can just follow you? Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Next slide, Don. Yeah, this one. So the way we deal with unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless is contained in an instruction note, number 4 of 2023. We have a compliance framework, and the broad definitions are contained in the PFMA. Next slide. When it comes to irregular expenditure, there's something known as a relevant authority. So what is a relevant authority? Generally, it's provincial treasury for departments and public entities. However, where an accounting officer has basically delegated powers to an employee, then it's the accounting officer and not provincial treasury. So what's been generally happening with irregular expenditure, everything is dumped to provincial treasury, and sometimes it should be the accounting officer can deal with those issues. Next slide. In terms of the various concepts, we have what is known as a determination, condonation, and investigation. The crucial thing here, I'm going to focus on what is a determination. It's a formal assessment conducted by a loss control function or relevant function to examine, analyze the particular irregular expenditure, establish the facts, assess any allegations of criminal conduct and losses incurred as it relates to transactions. I think with departments and public entities, this is something that needs to be worked on, because there's a lot of cases submitted to provincial treasury where we don't necessarily have a proper determination test. Then it's condonation, which we do as treasury, and then we define as what is an investigation. Next slide, please. In terms of a determination process, what do we talk about? What do we actually do? Or what should we be doing? We should be looking at the root causes that led to the irregular expenditure. We need to look at the officials responsible for the irregular expenditure. We need to assess whether it's any value whether value for money is achieved, to see that there was no fraudulent or corrupt conduct and any breakdown in the design internal controls. In terms of the instruction note, you generally have 30 days to deal with the irregular expenditure. If there's a dispute, it must be completed within 4 months after the confirmation. The next slide basically talks to what we've just discussed in terms of prior to submitting it to provincial treasury irregular expenditure, we must know what the root causes. There must be no losses. There must be value for money. We must identify responsible employees and look at whether any remedial action was taken. But the most important thing we need to look at is consequence management. There are certain departments out there who refuse to take consequence management because they say no one can be held responsible. And then we send that back. I think in the next few slides, I'll highlight 1 or 2 instances where that has happened. Okay, if you look at the overview, so currently sitting in the books of departments, we have 67 billion as at the end of March. This is up from 63 billion in the 2024 year. This shows an increase of 6%. The incidence of irregular expenditure has decreased by 32% when compared to 2024. But I think we need to put this in perspective, because there were 2 departments, Department of Education and Department of Health. In the audit report, it was highlighted that there was an incomplete irregular expenditure registers. So as much as we say it's decreased by 20%, if we had to add those amounts back, it would probably we probably see an increase. So we must just be wary of that. The next slide basically talks to how the cumulative balances are in departments over a 5-year period. I think if we look at the 24-25 year, we'll see the departments that concern us the most, the 3 departments. If you look at Department of Education, it's 5 billion. Department of Health is 24 billion, and Department of Transport is 34 billion. For the majority of these departments, the reason the balances are sitting so high is because they have not necessarily sent anything to Treasury to try and condone this irregular expenditure. If we go to the next slide. This is what departments have incurred per annum, and you can see it is 4 billion this year, but please take note of what I said for the Department of Health and Department of Education specifically. I know for a fact the Department of Education, the number would be probably in excess of 1 billion, which which would then take us to closer to what we were in the previous financial year. We also looked at some of the reasons why we have irregular expenditure in the province. The most common one is month-to-month and expired contracts. So departments allow contracts to expire, and then they realize they've expired and they need to do something, so they do basically an emergency procurement to try and get the contract going again. But the problem, the contract's already expired. Certain cases, competitive bidding process would not have been followed. There are certain errors found in terms of the evaluation of bid committees. In certain cases, a department would employ a firm without a tax compliance certificates. In certain departments, particularly in Department of Health and Education, the minimum number of quotations not obtained, it should be 3, but sometimes they just get 1. And sometimes the accounting officer would deviate for no apparent reason. If you look at our condonation status to date, so what have we done as Provincial Treasury? So departments have submitted 29.4 billion and write-off requests of 4.4 billion and reclassification requests of 4.5 billion. So as Provincial Treasury of the 29 billion, we've basically approved amounts of, I think we've approved amounts of 10.5 billion, and we've referred amounts back to accounting officers of 4.8 billion. Amounts of condonation not approved by Treasury is 14.1 billion. And the concerning part is the next thing, that outstanding condonation requests by departments amount to 48.1 billion. So of all the balances sitting in departments' books, they haven't done an investigation determination test of 41.8 billion. If that was done by departments, then our irregular expenditure issues, I suppose, would be solved. And that's the most concerning aspect of this page. Then we go to the next slide, please. So as a condonation committee, what do we actually do? We before we can condone, we consider the type of investigation that is performed. Was there value for money? Was remedial action taken? Was there any consequence management? And do we make sure that transactions are not subject to forensic investigation? If we go to the next page, it's a summary per department of what I've just said. But I think the most concerning slide is the one, or column is the one in red, is the lack of investigations done for irregular expenditure. And if you look at the main departments, would be Department of Health, Education, and Transport. So, for example, if we look at Department of Health, we haven't condoned anything for the Department of Health. They've made a request to Provincial Treasury, but when we requested the documentation, the response we got, well, we've lost the documentation. So we've referred it back to the department. So if anything, I think the focus should be on forcing departments to do investigations, because if one looks at the outstanding requests, if we address education, health, and transport, I think that's a bulk of irregular expenditure in the province would be cleared. We have various, next slide please. We have various challenges with condemnations. Sometimes details are not provided of legislation, generic statements made, example, SCM process not followed, insufficiency of documentation, lack of determination tests. Sometimes the submissions do not provide details confirming that no losses were incurred, insufficient supporting documents. We have delays in submitting required information and documents which negatively affects the condemnation process. Can we go to the next page? One of the key things that we don't have is consequence managers. Numerous departments are reluctant to take consequence management in their departments. There's no evidence of disciplinary action taken, supporting documentation not provided to support consequence management taken.
There are also errors, discrepancy in amounts requested for condonation, discrepancy between irregular expenditure register provided and audited financial statements. In terms of consequence management, one of the things we found is that in any department, if there's a transgression in SCM, departments are reluctant to hold an accounting officer as a final signatory responsible. So, and we find it difficult. The question we asked is why are you taking consequence management against a deputy director when your CFO signs something as well as your HOD? So that's something we're trying to deal with departments, because in terms of deviation signed, the only person that can sign a deviation is an HOD. So if the HOD has not signed a deviation or signed an incorrect deviation, then I suppose the question we always ask the departments is why have you held your accounting officer, your accounting authority responsible? In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as our HOD, our MEC alluded to earlier, we've amounts to 140 million at end of March. Balance has dropped from 227 million. So there's been a 38% decrease. The incidence of fruitless and wasteful by departments during the 25 financial year decreased by 30% when compared to the prior year. I think go to the next slide. These are just the balances, and you can see from the balances, the two departments have the highest incidence would be Public Works and Department of Education. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see what they actually incurred in the financial year per department. So you can see again, it would be education, health, and to a lesser extent, social development. So we go to the next slide. I think it's a very interesting slide in terms of what are the main causes. And if you look at in principle, what the main causes are, you'll see interest on overdue accounts. Now, if one considers the financial position of the province, I suppose it to an extent, it makes sense in terms of education unable to pay the invoices, health unable to pay the invoices, and even if we look at a department like Public Works, the problem that we face with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, given the nature of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, is that who do you hold responsible? Because if you go to a department and say, okay, you have interest on overdue accounts, in terms of the PFMA and legislation, you're meant to hold somebody accountable, which possibly could be the accounting officer. But the problem is, if it's for interest on overdue accounts, it always comes back to provincial treasury. Oh, you have not given us money to pay your accounts. And these amounts are possibly going to stay in the department's books, because you can't clear it unless you take some type of consequence management for the transgressions, which I suppose is going to be a bit difficult, but we're trying to liaise with National Treasury to get some guidance on this, because Department of Health, Education, even Social Development are not necessarily going to take or perform consequence management for non-payment of bills, because their excuse is that they haven't been given the budget to do so. We'll then deal with unauthorized expenditure. We've just looked at the history of unauthorized expenditure over the last few years, and you can see it's decreased from 23-24. However, if you look at like a Department of Health, for example, the Department of Health, instead of showing expenditure last financial year, put everything to accruals. So that is the main reason why we have such a big decrease in terms of irregular expenditure, because if If health had not made a final adjustment in the financial statements at the end of last year, the numbers would have been much bigger. However, we still sit, we may not necessarily have unauthorized expenditure, but we're sitting with a huge amount of accruals. I'm not necessarily going to go to the next 2 pages. I think there was some confusion about what was approved and what wasn't approved in terms of unauthorized expenditure. But I think that has been clarified now by subsequent letters. So what I would say is that the new finance bill or the unauthorized expenditure bill would be processed, I suppose, in the next few weeks. And I think we've cleared everything up to 23-24. I think the SCOPA needs to sit with departments for the 2024-25 financial year. And then once those deliberations are held, Treasury will take that bill forward. I think we've also cleared the amount for the legislature specifically. So we will be taking all expenditure, unauthorized expenditure from 2019 up to 23-24 financial year, including legislature to cabinet as soon as possible. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I think I'm done.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, MEC, you've got some additional remarks?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Santanu for the presentation. So one of the problems about or relating to consequence management that SCOPA and both the Committee on Finance needs to look at is the amount of acting positions in both HOD and CFOs across the province. It's a huge problem. Now, if you're having accounting officers acting, then it's very difficult to enforce consequence. There is currently a discussion at GSIT cluster relating to consequence and the enforcement of consequence for non-compliance of officials. It's going to the next cabinet meeting where a new system of monitoring non-compliance and consequence will be adopted or discussed at a cabinet level, which is quite positive. Then just on what Santanu raised on the interest on overdue accounts and the argument that they don't have enough cash and therefore we can't hold them accountable. I have a counter argument to that if you don't have the money, you shouldn't be spending it. So at some point, is it the chicken or the egg? Well, I think in this case, it's the egg, and that's where it all starts. And that's what we as Treasury try and reinforce in departments, that the reason you're sitting in this situation is because you are not looking at your cash flow. You cannot say it's in my budget and it's not cash backed. That's the reality. Just lastly, Chair, I think that this presentation would have perhaps given you a better insight into some of the problems we're having before you'd started your engagements with departments. But I understand hindsight's an exact science. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it did occur to me that we should have had this briefing when we'd had, and maybe we should just keep this in mind, Kabo, when we had SIU, PSC, AGSA, we should have had Treasury there with us on the same day, and POC, and CLARC. Yeah. Just something I want to engage with you on, MEC, is that we've had two departments now, I think more education than health, that we're talking about moving, and AGSA will back me up here, moving a large tranche of irregular expenditure under the banner of under-assessment in order to reduce it. AGSA, was it health or education that did that? I think it was education.
Both.
It was both. Can you just give your comment on that? And then another issue that I've picked up is that we'd like to know which departments are not, I think it's covered to a certain extent, but which departments are being delinquent in terms of coming to you with the information that you need for condonation. Is that what's covered in the report? Health, transport, education. Same story. I can assure you we gave health a proper going here. DSD took photographs with us after the session today. Health certainly didn't. They were not happy with us. We gave them a proper going over. And then finally, you know what, Kirsch, you all know Kirsch Poseidon very well. He's a great resource, and him and I were just discussing. Section 38 and 39 of the PFMA specifically point out the duties of accounting officers. And one of them is not to go into unauthorized expenditure. And the other one is to make sure that there's urgent action on consequence management. Should we start altering the focus from officials onto accounting officers and saying that you're breaking the law and start charging accounting officers with criminal action? Because last time I looked, when you break a law in South Africa, that's criminal act. And sometimes I think we don't put the accounting officers under enough pressure to say, fix this in terms of those sections of the Act, or we're going to take action against. So just some comment on that, if I can. Those few issues I've raised.
I'll happily answer some of those, Chair, and the more technical ones I can leave to Carol or to Santanu. So I fully agree with you, and that is the discussion that we had in the GSIT cluster, where I'm drafting an agreement that will be signed by all accounting officers with an accompanying letter to MECs and accounting officers about consequence and the non-implementation of consequence management. What it'll also allow then is when we as Treasury identify non-compliance and we instruct or write to departments telling them that action needs to be taken and they ignore that, it'll then be escalated to the Office of the Premier. That has been adopted in GSIT and now needs to go to Cabinet to the Provincial Executive for approval. And I'm sure that will assist. And of course, you talk about legislation for accountability and consequence. Section 18(2)(g), the contentious section that's caused a bit of consternation, also makes it compulsory for the MEC to intervene where there is consistent non-compliance. So, I think it's time that we use legislation to clean up a non-compliance. I think those were the ones I wanted to cover. That's the more political one.
Chair, I think the issue you raised of putting something under assessment, I think we had lengthy discussions with the Auditor General. And we've also basically given this issue to National Treasury to give us a final take on the matter. But the problem in the Department of Education and Department of Health specifically is that if you look at some of the audit working papers that were, some of the audit work done by the AG. So what basically happened, the Auditor General would go in and audit SCM and find 10 errors or whatever the case is. The department will then say, well, we're putting this under assessment, and the AG would go again and increase their sample and find another 10. And the department would go back and say, we're putting these further 10 on assessments. And it's almost like a vicious cycle. And it's almost like a loophole for both Department of Health and Department of Education to say, okay, so what Department of Education wanted to do is to take everything for the districts and put it under assessment to hope that the AG then wouldn't be able to raise a qualification. And we felt that that's not the spirit of the way you should be doing things. So we'll get a final, I'm sure the Auditor General can speak for themselves in terms of the directive that they've been given, but we've also gone back to National Treasury and saying, you know what, we're not happy with the practice because it doesn't support good governance, good financial governance. But I'm sure by the next audit we'll have clear guidelines on what they can do and what they can't do. I mean, unfortunately, I had to support the AG in some of the decisions, as painful as it was, because I believe that the governance and controls within those two departments are weak. I mean, I think I spoke to one of the audit managers for Department of Health, and they had, I think, an 80% error rate of non-compliance in all the samples they pulled out for Department of Health in terms of SEM. So as much as the department may have complained, I wasn't here for the hearing, may have complained, I think we need to look at it in that context. Thank you, Chair.
So just a follow-up question I want to ask is, and this may be just to everyone, what actually happens if something is not condoned and just never gets condoned? What actually happens with that sum of money? Does it become...
No, what generally happens, it goes back to the accounting officer. If it comes to Treasury and you find issues with it, we send it back to the accounting officer. The accounting officer then has to follow a process. Then once they follow that process, then they can write it off. They can clear it from their books.
So for instance, like health, you say we just don't have the documents. Yes. What eventually happens after back and forth and trying to do it properly?
Health would then have to show that they've tried every possible means to find the documents before they can write it off. So health would need to go back and say, okay, you know, if we had a supplier, for example, and we've lost an invoice, have we contacted the supplier for a secondary invoice, or have we gone through BAS and said, okay, this was the invoice number, or find some other method? You can't necessarily just say we've lost documents, because it's convenient for health. We're not talking about 100,000 here. We're talking about, I think the amount was just like over 4 billion, right? And it's also convenient because when I think in one instance, one of the authorities wanted to investigate a contract and there's no documentation for that. So yeah, there are methods of writing it off, but the accounting officer has to show various things.
I think what I meant is when you write something off, does that come off the budget?
No.
So they just get a free pass?
Yes.
Eventually?
Yes.
So all they do is play dumb for long enough and they'll get a free pass? In simple terms?
Yes,
so
but we're hoping that, you see, we don't have any control what they write off, so we rely on our colleagues behind us if they want to write something off to say, well, is it legitimate or not?
Okay, and then we get involved when it's unauthorized expenditure.
Yes.
We regularize that. Okay, Carol?
Good afternoon to the members and to the Chair and the MEC. So I think also just to add into what the Accountant General has said is that in the case, let's take the example of when the documents go missing, because that's the easiest way to hide fraud and corruption. You just don't have the evidence there. But then you should be taking consequence management on the person that was responsible for ensuring that documents were in place. So you may not be able to do consequence management on the issue at hand, but there must be some action that is taken. And those are the steps that need to be undertaken before you can write off. So Treasury, for example, I had to write off the controversial e-procurement that we had in our books because there was one or two steps that the condonation couldn't follow through. Because the project was never finished, you couldn't determine value for money holistically for the project. So we had to follow that process, and as Treasury and the Auditor General were very comfortable with that process. We did consequence management, we did everything that was required. So there is a process for it, but it has to be done correctly.
AG, please.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Chair, from our side, I think the concerns about the determination test within 30 days, we're not seeing that happening. And just to continue the conversation on help, what we found is, yes, there's historical irregular expenditure they may not have the documents with, but there's no movement even in the recent 3 years. And that was our concern, is that you have officials in the department, you have officials within internal control and loss control. They should have been dealing with the current, if I can say current, meaning within the last 3 years, the last 5 years, that documentation shouldn't be missing. But if you look at the movement and what they're submitting, there's nothing. So that was our concern as well in terms of the final balance of irregular expenditure, the department not moving, and then the non-compliance that happened and the lack of support. So it's fine that they have the historical issue, but why isn't the current matters being addressed? I think that was really an overriding concern when we concluded the current audit. Considering the strides we made to ensure that irregular expenditure disclosure was complete, and to have gone backwards in terms of documentation not being maintained. So that was a concern, but I think it was raised by the members as well in terms of the conversation, the SCOPA hearing that was held recently as well. Thanks.
Just a final comment from me then. Santi, would you, through you, could we get a list, well, through you, MEC, I'm not sure who the right authority is, a list of officials that are just not complying with the information that you asked for, where you get to the point where can Treasury give that to us, or are we looking very generically at HOD of department? Just that, go HOD, right, fine. Okay. Members, are there any questions? Honourable Matlopa?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to the MEC. HOD and your entourage. We really appreciate this report. This report is actually going to assist us to make this department account. And I also like what the MEC has said regarding to focus on the legislation to make them account. This is what we did to start with the accounting officer to account to us. Because as the MEC was saying, you go there, you said this person never account, but you find that the legislation is clear that it's an accounting officer that must account before us. If he fails to deal with the officials under him or her, it's his responsibility. But what we want, we must really deal with them. That's what we did when we're dealing with the Department of Health, because they always hide, and then we deal with the political head and leave those people that have failed to action the work according to the legislation. And also there is a provision, as also the MEC has indicated, that after several times the repeats, of findings, there is an intervention that the political head must do. All those, I think we must be logical and follow those things and record to see the trend of the accounting officer, how he or she has been performing, especially on the recommendations of the Auditor General. When we're at a national level, we don't want people that will say, no, the Auditor General did not do this and that, We wanted an accounting officer to account, without excuses that is going forward. I think because we have put the aspect and the criteria that must be followed on the condonation, it's really assisting us to pose the question, have you done that? Have you done that going forward? I think it will really assist us. This report is important because it's pointing to each and every department that is still having a challenge on some issues that we are oversighting, although it's post-mortem, but at the same time, it's an oversight because we oversight on the recommendations of the Auditor General. whether they have implemented and posed questions. But what I want to check, Chair, there is an indication of irregular expenditure that out of the amount that was requested by department to write off, only 10 million, it was about 200 and something, and 10 million was only condoned. I want to check Chair to the Treasury. There are irregular expenditure that are as a result of unfunded mandate. I can make an example with a DSD, 23 million, that is sitting there, there is no way that they can get the money. But I know that you have given us to say that if they are requesting condonation, the first question is that, are they part of those people that have been identified for request on the condonation? Because here we look at this thing of unfunded mandate. I know that because the MEC once sits this side next to me, also understand that we're always fighting this unfunded mandate to the departments because it cripbles the department even when they want. Because to me, these unfunded mandates, really, we are punishing wrong people because we punish the department when they inherit this unfunded mandate like COE. There is no way that they can do if there was a bargaining and now they are saying pay. They take from nowhere. I'm just making an example with the DSD that we have been with them just now for 23 million. I think they will submit to you a request, they have submitted, I think, requesting the condonation. But what we did not ask to them, because it was before this report, maybe we're going to ask them whether they have followed these steps when they are requesting for condonation. But that one is unfunded mandate, is not something that come. What is the response of the department in regard to that? Because we want we want to have a free provincial. We want to have a provincial government that is having a free. Let me just say UIFW. That is what we are going there. But how do we really assist the departments that are having that challenge? I'm not talking about those that are doing something that is outside that, specifical to that. Thank you.
Honourable MEC.
My understanding, if I get Honourable CQ Matlope's question correctly, is if there's an unfunded mandate in the department and they incur that expenditure, it won't be irregular expenditure. It would be unauthorized expenditure. And then with the explanation of having received, because if one looks at the last 4 years, I think it was the last 4 years, the salary increases that departments, the wage negotiated increases, it was unfunded. But it was not irregular expenditure, it was unauthorized expenditure. I hope that does assist.
Yes, Honorable Chair, no, I made a mistake. I meant unauthorized, because that unauthorized expenditure also affects the department in the next financial year. On the, they fail to even to pay the suppliers because of that unauthorized expenditure that was led by. And then when they start the next financial year, they start like with a deficit because they reserve these accruals and pay in the beginning of the financial year. So in the targets that they have made for the department can be affected by that and also affect the service delivery that they were given that budget. It is reported, to the society that this department have got this, but it's a budget that is not a true reflection, because when they start the financial year, it means that they go there and minus all those accruals that they have paid and lessen the budget for the financial year. Thanks, Honorable MEC, to correct me. I made a mistake. I said irregular. I wanted to say unauthorized. Thank you. But you know me what I meant. I know. Thank you.
Yeah, Honourable Matlopa, it comes again down to the size of the fiscus. And the size of the fiscus determines the amount of money we receive in the province. And if you want to get into that, it's a real finance discussion, but it goes down to the growth of the economy, the collection of taxes. That the fiscus grows, then the province will get more money. And the MEC has got an issue that he's got 158 billion, he needs to divide it up and make decisions on that. But MEC, could you just, once again for the committee, I know you've told us this so many times, but what does the department do when it faces a smaller budget than it's used to in terms of managing that? Because it comes down to don't spend what you don't have. That's as simple as that, really. Do you engage with the departments on how they can reduce costs? What sort of engagement do you have with them on that? Because this comes up again and again and again in our SCOPA meetings and all over the place.
Thanks, Chair. So Treasury is not the big bad wolf. We can be if you're non-compliant. But when we're in difficult financial situations, if there are departments who are struggling, we have a great team that can assist and reprioritize. Very often when you look at your personal finances at home and you need to cut you're spending more than you're earning, you look at what you're paying for and you say, oh, I can't cut this. You get someone else to come in and say, well, do you really need DSTV? Is it that important? Do you need to go to Spur once a week? You can cut there, you can cut. And sometimes it takes a second, or was it called a third eye? A third eye to actually look. And we're open to that. But very often, departments, the further they can keep Treasury away, the better. And then we end up in trouble. That's the reality. My HOD, please add, Carol, for you.
Thanks. I think what is also important to the point that the Honourable Member raised around targets and not being able to achieve those targets because suddenly your resources have shrunk. The law allows you to adjust your APP targets. So if in the middle of the year you realise that there's an unfunded mandate that's been thrown at you, as a recent example is the community health workers that need to be absorbed now. Let's assume no money comes from national and it's a court order and they have to implement it. You should go and reprioritise your budget and adjust. But what we do in many of the cases as departments, we just put our head in the sand and we just carry on as if somewhere the money is going to come. I think if you look at all the budget cuts over the last few years, all the departments, save for the three key social service departments, honestly didn't make significant shifts in what they were doing. They just continued building new hospitals, new clinics, new schools, without really cutting back. We do know that they were obviously cut too much, that if they had cut to match the budget to match what they have, they probably wouldn't have been able to have, they would have had to have retrenched thousands and thousands of nurses and teachers. But all the other departments were able to do it. So it's really about sitting down as an accounting officer saying, okay, now our budget's been cut. Like we gave the example of the domestic budget, that's what they should be doing, and therefore they should adjust their APPs accordingly. And that's where you find the distinction. If you look at what transport does, from what we've seen in their reports, they've got a horrific underperformance in terms of the APP targets. I think something between 30 and 40% they achieve of their targets, but they spend their entire budget. So you ask yourself the question, well, what did they spend their money on? And the argument they give is, well, they had to reprioritize for disasters, but then they should have adjusted their APP because they've then delivered something that's not being reflected anyway. So it's really that kind of assessment that needs to be done.
Yeah, look, I asked the question for a very specific reason, because we're having department after department come to SCOPA, and as the MEC, his famous phrase, mourning at the wrong funeral. Because they always say, well, we've got unauthorized expenditure because budget. And so I asked you that question because, members, we need to be tougher on these departments and say, okay, how many engagements have you had with Treasury to see if you can cut your costs? And as the MEC says, they run away. They don't want to go to Treasury. But we need to, so Treasury have said, just like CLARC have said, that they're prepared to work with the departments all the time on a regular basis to try and help them. Treasury is saying the same thing, am I correct? That any time a department approaches and says, look, we've got a problem, we're 6 or 5 billion rand short, show us how we can, cut costs, rationalize, get rid of the frills. So I think we need to really be asking departments, okay, we hear your cry, but how many times have you engaged with Treasury? And if they're saying they haven't, we're going to say, but hang on a second, that's who you go and engage with when you need more money or you need advice on how to cut costs. I think we really need to learn that as a team in SCOPA, that we shouldn't just let them get that free pass from us. That's why I asked the question specifically. Okay, so do we have any further questions on the platform? Honourable Naya. Yes, Honourable Naya, you have a question?
Thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the Honourable MEC and HOD and your department. I think I'm mostly covered, but the question that was playing around in my mind was surrounding the condonation process and missing documents. So I was just trying to research with the new e-procurement tool system, will this problem be dealt with and to what extent? Because it simply seems very plain and clear that missing documentation is a problem. And so if the system is fully digitized, my understanding is that it may deal with this problem in the future. Perhaps you could just elaborate a little bit on that. Thanks, Chair.
HOD.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, the procurement system obviously will help going forward. It won't help us obviously retrospectively. So definitely on a document management, everything will be submitted online, your tenderers, even for quotations, everything should be online. So that was one of the key reasons why we wanted it. Also because tenderers often get told they were non-compliant because they were missing a document. In fact, they actually had submitted it. So document management definitely will be resolved in that respect. Also from a contract management point of view, because the system will alert the end user that your contract is ending in 6 months' time, please start the procurement process early enough. It will also ask pertinent questions before you even start the procurement process. Do you have the budget? And it'll lock that budget down as well, so you won't have unauthorized expenditure. So, look, there's always ways around any system if you're clever enough, but it will certainly, get rid of majority of the issues and the risks.
HOD, where are we on that?
Yeah.
On that system? I think that's a burning question on all our minds.
I'll ask it every day.
So the procurement system that we had looked at was at the time we had looked at all the different departments that had procurement systems in the country, and we eventually agreed on the system that was used by the Department of Farming and Fisheries and Forestry. Farming, Fisheries and Forestry. Unfortunately, when we then wanted to see the system live, we then became aware that in fact they have never used it. It's still in testing. At the same time, National Treasury have actually moved quite far with their system. And they indicated to us about a month ago that they're going to issue an instruction, as much as they'd given us the go-ahead to use this other national system. They're saying when they are ready with their system, which could be in a year or 2 years' time, they will expect all provinces to move on to their system. So the MEC will be getting the revised proposal this coming week, where we are now going to be using the National Treasury system. So they've got different modules. They've already put the procurement, the quotation system is online, the e-tender system is online. So we'll be using the National Treasury system. Unfortunately, it did cause a delay, but the team are committed that we will still meet our deadline of the 4 departments going live on the 1st of April.
Members, I don't see any other questions on the platform. I don't think there are any further questions in the House. So, Treasury, thank you so much. Once again, a great engagement. I think we've picked up a little nugget about this unauthorized expenditure that we can use. And of course, all the other information is very useful. Thank you very much. AGSA, as usual, you are our amazing partners and allies in this, and very patient with us. Thank you very much. Members, travel safe, have a good weekend, and we will carry on. Next week is going to be, Tuesday is going to be a long day. We have sports, horticulture, and transport on the same day, I think. So good luck with that. But it's going to be a long day. Please, you're all invited for lunch. Otherwise, we'll be accused by the Treasury of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Okay, thank you very much.